You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
And welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. And welcome to 2021. So glad you could join us. Do make sure to click the star to follow the channel and get live notifications. And I'll see you in the chat during the show. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Ah! What gracious! What on earth? I thought we were done with this whole nonsensical Milo's Bull business. Dreamblaze, you are out of your element. You understand? I will no longer accept the pain that I am feeling. I will just bear it, grit my tentacles and whistle on. I don't even know what I'm saying. That hurt. Stop it, please. Okay. Let me try that again. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. And you are watching the Dungeon Run, and you are the watchers of the time stream. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. Throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions, made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. If you love the show, you can show love. When you buy Show Love balloons, Jeff will see them and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. But now you have a choice. You can choose to support Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil. Yes, we have two balloons. Gold balloons for Team Force of Good, that's right. Will Bro Jr., that's correct. That's Team Force of Good. And purple balloons, Dreamblaze, for Team Force of Evil. The choice is up to you. And now they count towards the Force cards. Both Force of Good and Force of Evil cards are now triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil fill up their balloon count. As certain thresholds are met, a Force card will be given to the team. And yes, the potatoes. I've added the potato prop to the Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil battle. A good potato, which is a gold potato, is the equivalent of buying 120 good balloons. Voot the fifth. That's a good potato. And I think it's tasty looking and delicious. At least Milo does. I don't eat potatoes, but I like it. And an evil yam is the equivalent of 120 evil balloons. That's the purple potato looking thing, but it's really a yam. Now, there are 10 Force of Good cards and 10 Force of Evil cards that can be triggered each episode. And we'll show you a status update so that you know how close we are to the next card. Any leftover progress will carry over to the next show. And because of this, I want you to submit Force cards. please go ahead, go over to the dungeonrun.fandom.com to let your creativity shine. We love your force card ideas. Please continue sending them. Melchior! Now that is a yammer, and I like it. I really like it. Let's continue on. Hadrian! It's a potato party. Look, everyone's come with their potatoes. They're dropping them all over the place. Bilo is going to have a feast tonight. A fry feast, of course. Let's continue on. You could also bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest value. Or you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is pain. Advantages or disadvantages can only be given to players or the DM. When given to a player, you must specify who at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. Oh, the Raven Queen. A yam hammer, she says. I like it. I love it, I should say. Last but not least, let's get through this quickly. We have Milo's bowl. Yes, Milo's bowl. It's the bowl with the purple fluids in it. It looks like a cauldron. Very well done. That's wild, man. Very, very well done. You see? I don't feel anything. There's no pain. None. Not at all. Look at this. I'm not even blinking. Okay, I'm blinking because it does hurt a bit. Bite it, as a matter of fact. I just take it. Lord, you can take anything. Specifically this. It's just a slight pain, and it will pass. Milo, do me a quick favor. The preparation H. Go reach for it. It's in the bathroom. All right, let's continue. I'm okay. Here's the deal. Dreamblaze, that's wild man, everyone else. Please do not touch Milo's bowl. Did you not hear what I just said, Dreamblaze? Did you not just hear the words coming from my beak? All right. It doesn't matter. Because we're almost done here. Red Robin, thank you so much for that. And I believe Funky G Macman and the Raven Queen dropping potatoes before as well. Look, can everyone do me a favor and just hold on to your money for a moment? Let me finish. Gracious. All right. I think it's time to just introduce the cast. Let's just get on. I'd like to introduce to you, the brave souls, the cast of characters. First up, Jared Kajak, who plays Civ Redisila.
Very good, my friend. Very good.
How was that as an introduction? That's 2021 for you.
I like it. I like it a lot.
You look
How are
great.
you?
You look alive and energetic.
I am alive.
You usually look somewhat sleepy. It's like not sleepy, you have a chillness to you, but you look very energetic.
Yeah, I got some sun. I got some sun.
Oh, that's what it is. I've never seen it. What's it like? Is it bright?
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'll try it out once. Looks good. I'm excited to see this. All right. Next up, we have Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima.
Hello, Lord Erebin!
Did I break anyone's eardrums with that last one?
Did I? I just wanted to give you an equal welcome.
This is interesting. I'm noticing now that there's something going on here. Very nice. I'm interested.
I feel like there is. The holidays has really brought
gracious.
something out between us.
I am a happy Illithid. Milo, do me a favor. A little more spritz, please. Jessica, good to see you. I'm excited.
Me too. I'm so glad to be back.
It's great to see you. Next up, we have Morgan Peter Brown, who plays none other than James.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, you were bringing it tonight, man. I mean,
Yes.
your new abode that you're in looks beautiful. I'm a little worried about the two torches that are like really close to your head on either side. Are they
They're
gonna dry
actually
you
quite
out?
hot. I do
Yeah,
know.
you gotta be
I'm aware
careful.
of the heat, though. But I will
I
tell
know
you,
moisture
I
is
love
very
being
important
back
to
here.
you.
Yes, no, that's why we do the spritz. We're doing we actually have a spritz that has been included into the roof structure. So now anytime I want, Milo presses a
Very
button
nice.
and down comes
Sure.
the rain.
Just
Beautiful.
constant alternating fire and water. It's nice, yeah.
Yes. Ooh, I like that. Milo, write that down. Well, you can't write, but
Mhm.
very nice to see you, Morgan. I'm
You
excited
as well.
to see what happens this
As
evening.
am I.
Next up, we have Ronald Ogden, who plays Uggo. Hello.
That sounded like it felt good.
It always feels good.
It feels
This is
good
why
to hear
I
you
do it.
say it. It really feels good to hear you say it. It really does.
I
And you
miss
know what
you.
else feels good?
Yes.
Being here right now.
Isn't it though?
Yes.
Your faces and your voices are giving me the happy tingles.
Same.
And Ron, I love the hair. I love the beard. It's looking fresh. You're just looking right. Happy. I'm
Getting
happy.
long is what's happening. It's getting super
Oh my goodness.
long.
Show us. Lovely.
Just
Lovely.
call me
Lovely.
Fabio.
All right.
Fugio?
Yes, we will. Fugio.
Oh, wow,
No,
wow.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like
that.
the name. Fugio's no
Regret
good.
it. Regret it.
But yes, I agree. Next up, we have Katie Michaels, who plays none other than Lily Dumbledore.
Hi.
Hello.
You know, I noticed something, Lord.
You're looking elegant. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. You always ask after you make that loud noise if you hurt anybody's or blew out anybody's eardrums, but technically I don't
Yes.
think they'd be able to hear you ask that question.
Good call on that one. Wow. Not only are you gorgeous, but you are a genius.
Lord, I think this
Unbelievable.
new house has given you a new confidence.
Oh no, no, listen, you don't understand. I feel better than
I'm
ever.
right here, Lord
2021. I know, but listen. It's too much. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable.
Okay,
Fan me,
Milo,
fan
unspritz,
me.
unspritz.
Unspritz, Milo. All right. Well, Katie, it's good to see you. I'm excited as ever. And the Raven
me
Queen is
too.
excited as well.
What?
A Yammer, look.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
And then, of course, there's Dr. Satan 666 who thinks it's funny to drop Milo's balls in our laps. But that's
Dr.
okay.
Satan 666 is very upfront about how he feels about
It
this.
makes sense, right? Think about it. It's exactly what you would expect from
At
Dr.
least he
Satan
went to school, though.
666.
At least he went to school.
Yeah, doctor,
That's
you
right.
gotta respect
You
it.
gotta respect it.
I wish we could stop the intro right now so that I could go take a break because Dr. Satan has caused a little issue for me. I will, however, suck it up and just push on.
Wow.
Okay.
So brave.
Sorry. Yes, I know. Lastly, last but not least, a very important individual, our dungeon master, and who I like to call the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jeff.
That is the preferred pronunciation. Hey, you know who I feel bad for, Lord Araban? Dr.
Who's that?
Satan 667. You know, he just didn't claim the username in time. Just not in there fast enough to get the. Anyway, how are you? Happy New Year.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm crying a little bit because I missed you so much. Oh.
I missed you too, buddy. I missed you too. I missed everybody.
Let me just take a moment. Jeffrey, you and your background as per usual, everything is looking great. I'm just relaxed. I'm just letting myself feel this moment. Whew. Wonderful. We've introduced the cast. This is exciting. We're about to move on. I do want to say Ouroboros 43. I did notice that yammer that you dropped, and I like it. I like you, and it's too safe out there. Take this is right. We need to get on. So, as their journey continues, Lord Ereban will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. Please keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching The Dungeon Run, the greatest show of 2021. Period. So keep the comments coming, be ever vigilant, and let the dice roll!
Yay! We're back. Happy New Year, everybody. Oh my goodness. And welcome to the Dungeon Run episode 77.
Wow.
What a heavenly number.
It is indeed. We will catch you up. If you are a first-time viewer, listener, fear not. We're going to catch you up on everything you need to know to jump right into the show here. But man, it's so nice to be back. I missed all of you players. I missed all of the watchers. We got some wonderful welcome backs in the form of our produce. We got potatoes and yams galore. Look at this. It's a souffle. It's a casserole. Vuth the Fifth, Adrian X, Funky J McMahon.
He's gone full Seinfeld.
He's gone full Seinfeld.
It's happened.
Thank you for those golden potatoes. Evil yams from Melchior gave us a yam.
Wow.
And the Raven Queen, 3 yams. What?
Dang.
Unbelievable.
Whoa.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Raven Queen. You are
That's
the best.
amazing.
And Katie and I are playing with the Raven Queen this Friday.
Yeah.
I like to call her the Renaven Queen.
Oh.
With the Renee.
Yeah, you guys are playing in the charity stream with
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
she
this
and
Tuesday.
Fail Waffle, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Oh,
Ron
wait.
and I are playing with Fail Waffle.
Yeah. Okay. I was like,
Oh,
sorry.
my mistake. We also got
That'd be
some
insane.
balloons already at the top of the show. Love of the Catman, Extinguish the Flame, Lazy Pixie, Hornist 34, Kybuk, the Bingle Banshee, Borkware, Fallstar, Brook 84, and others. Thank you for those warm welcomes back. We're excited to jump back into our story. We have already unlocked cards, which is pretty exciting. We'll do that after we catch everybody up. We've already unlocked a Force of Good card and a Force of Evil card.
What?
And we are sitting at 99% of the way to another Force of Evil card. So
Oh.
maybe that'll tick over by the time I'm done. Oh, we just got another Evil Yam from Ouroboros 43.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ouroboros.
Shocking.
Thank you.
Heist is gonna go
Thank you,
bad.
Gonna be
All
one
right,
of those
let's-
nights.
Catch everybody up on our story. It started as a simple dungeon run. 5 strangers, aligned for common purpose, forged into a team when they recovered a magical amulet from an abandoned dragon's lair. That amulet, the Secret Keeper's amulet, has added chaos and crisis to their lives. It allows you, the watchers of the time stream, to alter their fates with your influence, your forces of good and evil. But it has also given them purpose. The amulet is a link to a forgotten time. At the end of the War of Ideas, 5 champions of the Ariat Age gave up their lives to become the Wardens, 100-foot-tall elemental protectors of the realms, who have stood sentry over the land for 300 years. Like the rest of Ain, their knowledge of the time before the war is gone. Discoveries, advancements, progress, all of it wiped from history. But some memories do remain. Clues about what happened during that time are locked away inside the consciousness of the Wardens. And the only key to unlock those hidden memories is the Secret Keeper's amulet. As the amulet bearers, the Heroes of Bingle are charged with finding and rescuing the Wardens, unlocking those visions of a forgotten time, and piecing together the threat that may well be returning to Ain. So far in their quest, they have found 3 Wardens, each of whom was captured and imprisoned by a powerful cabal led by the mysterious Ashen Mage. She assembled a team of notable foes that included the scientist Fardinald Urtenfurt, the warrior Jan Mo, and the thief Vic. With their help, she managed to snare the wardens and hide them in dangerous locations. When the Heroes of Bingle finally confronted the Ashen Mage and her accomplices atop the fiery volcano known as Sky Scorcher Peak, she sought to add another member to her team, Fahima Taig. She made the Fire Genasi a terrible offer. Join her, become her fifth. But Vic, the cunning rogue, had grown up in Olsvach alongside Civ Red Thistle. Together, they had stolen and survived on the mean streets of that city. Vic wanted Civ to be their fifth. When the Ashen Mage refused to consider it, Vic retaliated, smashing an ornate ceramic urn treasured by the Cabal. When it shattered, the urn released a blast of energy that killed Vic and spread across the entire continent. In the tumult, the Ashen Mage escaped with Fahima by her side, and the Heroes of Bingle were left to collect Vic's body and figure out what to do next. Civ vowed to bring her remains back to Olsvach, to bury Vic where they grew up. Meanwhile, Fahima had to use her wits and resourcefulness to survive day after day, trapped underground with the Ashen Mage, learning strange and disturbing new spells. When she finally escaped, she managed to rejoin the team as they headed northeast to Olsvach. Reunited and back in their Vardo, pulled by their four-legged Achirai birds, the Heroes of Bingle discovered just how different Ein had become after their confrontation on Sky Scorcher Peak. Hideous creatures roamed the land, never before seen monsters that killed and destroyed property seemingly at random. Walled cities had become even more insular, while farms and communities remained vulnerable to the destruction. Using the Dream spell, James reached out to his old mentor, the Scholar of Nightstone Abbey, to find out more. Hermil Fesh told James that even Turles was experiencing the attacks. He also mentioned that the Queen of the Shazengao, who by all measure should be long dead, was reportedly still alive inside the royal castle. He agreed to help the team find new information in their efforts to locate the mysterious mind flayer, Lord Ereban, and Fahima's father, Conroy Taig. When the team finally arrived in Olsvach, Civ was eager to show them his childhood home. The large, walled city was ruled by oligarchs and bisected into two segregated parts, the grim and grimy Low Strana and the affluent and well-protected High Strana. But before they could begin their tour in earnest, a young pickpocket lifted the team's bag of holding right under Civ's nose. Giving chase, Civ soon found himself face to face with his old gang, the Vermin. Standing there, leading the young cutpurses, was his longtime friend and fellow rogue, Curso, who returned the bag, distraught to learn of Vic's death. Civ brought the Heroes of Bingle to his old watering hole, the Moose and Squirrel, where they met Curso and the rest of Civ's old mates, Gorky, Lelia, and Chesh. Curso told the group that the man who commanded the Vermin with an iron fist, the vile criminal known as the Cheesemonger, had been promoted to Pochti Vetch, a position just below the vaunted oligarchy of the Vetch. Curso suspected that the Cheesemonger's ascendancy had something to do with a strange, ashen-skinned wizard he met with just days before Vic left Olsvach. Curso believed that the Cheesemonger made a deal to give Vic to this wizard in exchange for something valuable, something that made him worthy of becoming Pochti Vetch, something that he thought might still be inside the Cheesemonger's new mansion in High Strana. But, as usual, the amulet delivered its chaos to the proceedings. A body of an old foe joined them at the table, and to pass off the oddity, the drinking intensified. As Curso became more inebriated, he started challenging Civ, bringing up old grievances and asking the Heroes of Bingle to judge their friend. Finally, Uggo had enough. He punched Curso square in the face, and that's when the mood really changed. It's also where we pick up this week.
Right.
So,
Really starting with a bang.
How many
Yeah.
To
times
be
have
fair,
we
he
started an
did
episode?
ask for it. So
I don't know if he sees it that way, Uggo.
That was a good recap,
I mean,
Jeff.
maybe not.
That was an amazing recap.
Yeah, I
Amazing.
hated that.
It was
Oh
so
my-
Are you guys
detailed.
saying that most of the recaps aren't amazing? Is that?
Yeah. No, you've been
you
falling
actually
off.
did a really, really nice recap this
That's
time.
you're shocked at the. I do one every week, you know.
No, they're all
right.
good.
We got another gold potato. We got another gold potato from the Dungeon Run. Yay! Thank you, the Dungeon Run. Yay!
Hey.
We so appreciate the generosity of those. It's incredible. It brings us to 95% of the way to another Force of Good card.
Wow.
And we have cards to open right now. So let's get right to it.
Let's do it.
We have a Force of Good card unlocked by all this generosity. This was submitted by Melchior. I think gave us a
Nice.
potato as well. It's called Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Says congratulations and welcome to a new year. Let's start the year on a positive note, shall we? Dissatisfied with a roll? Just go right ahead and re-roll that die. For this episode only, everyone, including Jeff, gets to re-roll a single die of their choosing.
Nice.
Thank you. I
Pretty
like
good,
it.
pretty strong.
Amazing.
Lovely message.
Thank you.
Happy New Year. All right, 2 Force of Evil cards have been unlocked. The first one was submitted by Dasmir and is called Lava Duck Duck Goose. You guys remember the old lava ducks? The
of
ducks
course.
at the lava ducks. This is Lava Duck Duck Goose. Everyone gathers around for a round of the beloved dwarven children's game, Lava Duck Duck Goose. Roll a d6. 6 is a reroll. The corresponding numbered player then makes a DC 17 athletics check to avoid the lava duck chasing it. On a save, roll a d6 to tag the next player. Failed save or rolling your own number results in 44 fire damage.
What?
Wow.
So I will
Ouch.
start things off with that
Not
one. We'll
me.
just do it
So
right
whose
now.
number is who, so we know though? I guess in order
It goes
from-
around the table. You know how we used
Okay,
to do?
yeah,
cool,
yeah.
perfect,
Yeah.
perfect.
Back when we had a table. All right. I rolled a 2, which is Fahima.
So I roll a d6.
You roll a d20 athletics check
Oh.
to see
The
if you
wizard has
avoid.
to make
see,
an athletics
theoretically, what's
check.
happening now is that you're being
But
chased
this is
around.
good because you're resistant to fire.
That is true.
true.
Babe,
Could
can
I
I
also
can I
make
purposely
the-
fail?
you
Could I
want.
make the argument that acrobatics, if it's better, she could use?
I mean, it does say
That is-
athletics, right? I mean, you're just
Alright,
you're not asking me. You're asking Dasmir, who submitted the card.
I
Negotiating.
mean, you know,
from
you have to fill
well,
out a
I-
whole form.
I rolled a 7, so it doesn't really matter what my
Yeah.
modifier
Your
is.
modifiers aren't going to give you 10. All right, so you don't save, so you do 44 fire damage. So that ends that card.
Aha,
44 fire damage, which I
okay.
guess you would take in half because you have resistance to fire damage.
I
The duck goes
do.
out and says, "Oh, Fahima, get it!"
Yeah.
Ow,
Ah!
ow, hi, but it's so cute though. Hi, little duck.
All right, our second Force of Evil card comes submitted by Dr. Sparks. It's called Broken Dice. Jeff's tired of his broken dice, so he passes them off to the group. For 2 rounds of combat, all d20 rolls by the group have the following rules. Rolls of 11 or more, subtract 10 from, and rolls of 10 or less, add 10 to.
What?
Oh.
So basically inverts, you want to roll low. But it doesn't happen until combat, so you can, we'll keep that.
That's gonna get confusing.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. For 2 rounds in combat. Okay, got it.
So it's flipped for 2 rounds. Okay.
Yes.
And
flipped.
what
I'll
modifiers
remind you when we
still
get to
added?
combat. I'll remind you when we get to combat. Hmm?
Yeah.
Do modifiers still get added?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
if you
just
rolled
took-
a 2, it's a 12. If you rolled a 12, it's a 2.
Got it.
Oh.
Okay. And I just took 12 fire damage. Half,
Whoa.
So that was
Whoa,
that was a fiery duck.
that was a fiery duck.
It's a strong fiery duck.
All right,
It's
so we
insane
just,
that the kids could just come into the bars, play that game, and then leave.
we shouldn't let the kids in the
Burn
bars.
someone.
The kids
Um,
should be in the bars. Is my biggest issue.
Wait, you took
We did-
12 and that was halved?
No, the
No,
Yes.
I'm going to
Oh,
have
half
it
of
from
12.
12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
Woof, that would have been a
what?
very fiery
I got
duck.
24 out of 44.
Yeah, how'd you do that?
This is
I think
funny.
he used the wrong die.
We got we clicked over. We were at 95 or 98% or whatever it was. And we have clicked over to unlock the second Force of Good card.
Yeah.
And it's funny that we didn't click that over until now because it would have reinforced Ron's request to do a different. You'll get it when I read it.
Okay.
This was submitted by Braba, who submits a lot of them and it's
Hey,
great. I
Braba.
appreciate it. The title of this is Hindsight is 2020. When asked to perform a skill check, a player may choose any other skill and roll using that skill and its modifiers instead. They must give a justification for the choice of skill, but Jeff cannot overrule it, no matter how ridiculous the choice of skill is.
Yes, I love
I like
it.
that a lot.
But
You get to do it?
that's how we normally play this game.
There's no change.
Jeff
So we're playing
cannot
the game.
overrule it.
The Jeff cannot overrule it part is also always this seems to be the case.
I also
Oh.
have one question about the
Rules
Happy New Year
occasionally.
card.
Yes.
It says if you're dissatisfied with a roll, it does not say that it has to be your own roll.
Yeah, but it says each person gets one. So if you want to use
It's a
yours for
single
somebody
die
else,
of their choosing. So what
yeah,
if
if you want to
choose
do it for
yours?
somebody else, I'll allow that.
Cool,
Yeah.
great.
Oh,
perfect.
Ron, always with the loophole.
Always looking for those loopholes.
Look, I might save one of y'all with
Yeah,
it.
as long as
Oh,
you
got
save
it.
me, I'm
Yes,
cool with
yes,
it.
yes.
Okay.
Right.
But
So-
the hindsight is 2020 is only a one-time thing. It's not for everybody.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So that's only
Alright.
only one person can use it. Okay.
Yes, that's correct. Okay.
We are back into our story. So what has just happened is Uggo punched Curso, and Civ had put down a chunk of unrefined gold ore and asked his old Vermin running mates to procure some black market goods for you, some things for you. And he said that he would be willing to pay. And then there was a bit of a verbal altercation. Uggo punched Curso, and he stood up and said, "Keep your gold." And now you see him, Uggo, you see him move very, very fast. It's clear that this man is extremely quick. You almost don't even see his hand move, and he produces a rapier. And he points it right at you, and he's very, very inebriated, but he holds it steady, pointing it right at you, and he says,
Uggo casts a spell called Command, which only requires a verbal component. He tells the man to sit down.
he needs to
Wisdom
roll
save
a,
13.
what's the save?
Oh.
Wisdom
Wisdom.
save.
Wisdom? I got a 14.
I want you to re-roll it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I got 11 plus
Yeah.
3, so here we go.
We've got a previous one of those. We had, I think it was Jeff's snail dice. Use this card to force Jeff to swap out the die of any single roll and re-roll it with a different one
All right.
Oh,
Rolling
let's
it
do
again.
that. Roll a d4.
from Arcana Popcorn.
What?
We get to choose the dice. Roll a d4.
No. It's another die of the same
Dang it.
type. No.
Hashtag loopholes.
Loopholes
how
only
I-
go so
hey,
far.
hey.
That time I rolled a 10 plus 3.
Oh!
Yep.
Dang. Okay.
I'm not fudging those
No.
dice. I was an 11
Yeah,
and a 10 I
absolutely.
rolled.
Yeah, it's all good.
That was bold though.
I just like his sitting and then almost not sitting and then not
Right.
sitting.
He looks you square in the eye, Uggo, and he holds his rapier and he says, "I have killed a man for less.
Try
I have
it.
killed orcs for less. Stronger orcs than you."
No wonder you're in this position. No wonder this city is the way it is.
Lily.
How dare
No
you.
surprise to me.
I'm just gonna walk
Yeah,
over to
positivity.
Uggo and just grab his hand and squeeze it.
Oh.
Sivrak
Yes,
says he
Curso?
is not murderer. I make no such claims. I will run you through as soon as look at you. You come into my city, you abide by my rules.
Excuse me, sir. Lily, I don't know if you remember my name. Sorry to interrupt. I
He
know
looks down at you.
this isn't my fight to fight, but I think tensions are high all around, and maybe we just need to reset.
Reset, she says. Sivrak, you know the rules. Blood
Oh.
for blood.
We don't know your rules. Sorry.
You injure a vermin, you taste all of their braids. Is this not right, Sivrak?
Yes, but my friends are not from here and they don't know the rules.
You see Lilia step in very similarly to how Lily did. Lily touching Uggo, Lelia, this cream-colored tabaxi. She kind of slides in and puts her hand on Kelso's arm in a very similar way. Let's go sleep it off, Kelso.
Excellent idea.
Maybe we're all a bit tired.
I am not tired.
I'm very drunk.
Yes, you are.
I will not kill your friend, Sivrek, out of respect, but not for you. For her. For Vic. To lose her twice in one lifetime is 2 times too many. I will not kill your friend. If you allow me to be there when you bury her.
I'm going to turn very slowly and look at the other vermin. How are they reacting to all of this?
Lelia has got her hand on Kelso's arm, the arm with the rapier in it. She looks at you with compassion in her eyes. Gorky and Cheshire in the back, they stood up when Kelso did, but they're kind of looking at the floor, not making eye contact with anybody.
Gorky,
What?
do you wish to say goodbye to her as well?
Of course.
And I look over at Chesh. What about you, my friend?
She was never as close to me as she was to you. But she was a good thief. She does not deserve to die like a dog. Once vermin, always vermin.
She did not die like a dog. She sacrificed herself for all of us.
Indeed.
The only reason she's here is because Civ made sure of it. He worked hard to bring her back to all of you. So forgive me for getting upset when someone was being disrespectful to someone worthy of respect.
Forgive you. I do not forgive. I do not forget. But out of respect, I will let you live.
Thank you, Curso. You may come. You may all come. But I must ask that none of you ever tell anyone where she is buried. Anyone. You must swear.
Where are you doing it?
The Blue Mountain.
Of course. In the morning, when the light is bluest.
I was going to do it tonight, but perhaps we will sleep off the Troska and do it in the morning.
Yes, I think that would be the wisest choice.
While we're having this conversation, Civ is taking out a piece of paper, not looking down at it, and writing something on the piece of paper. And then I'm going to get up and I'm going to, if Curso lets me, reach out and put a hand on his shoulder. But as I'm doing that, I'm slipping the note into Lelia's pocket. So I'm getting in between the two of them.
Mm-hmm. Are you trying to make it so that she notices or does not notice that?
I think she's smart enough to feel something in her pocket. Okay. She's, you know, used to people trying to steal things from her.
You're not attempting to hide it from her notice.
Yeah, I am definitely trying to hide it from Curso and the others.
All right, why don't you roll me a sleight of hand then?
Okay.
You have advantage from Mom of Goblins that is countered by Ouroboros 43.
Thank you, Mom of Goblins.
Oh, we also got Potato from Fallstar. Thank you, Fallstar.
Thank you,
I love seeing
Fallstar.
these familiar names. And an Evil Yam from Forest Elf 86.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Forest
thank
Elf.
Oh, so many potatoes.
Yeah,
Indeed.
incredibly wonderful.
I got a dirty 20.
Okay, yeah. So Curso doesn't even notice, and you feel the fur on Lelia's arm, like under her arm. She kind of presses your hand as you do it, kind of acknowledging what you're doing.
And then I get fairly close to Curso and lean in. My friend, I know there is more to this story about the cheesemonger than you are telling me. And there is certainly more to tell you about what we are trying to achieve and what Vic gave her life for. Trust me. I will get what you want.
I loved her.
I know.
Okay, we will take you. Get some sleep. We will meet you in the morning.
Tomorrow? Okay.
Yes. Please take some of the meat pies so that you can sober up.
Thank you.
And he turns, and as he starts walking away, he turns back and does one of those like flinch things to Uggo.
Oh, you weren't being funny. I will see you later. Zivrak.
Have a good
And they all
night.
kind of shuffle out of the
Nice meeting you.
goose and squirrel.
Nice meeting you.
Oh, that went better than I expected.
It. Okay, that's good to hear.
Friends are nice.
I did good. I did good for me.
Yes,
yeah,
I was expecting
I
you
wanted to cut him up.
Yes.
He threatened to murder me. I wanted to murder
Yes,
him. I did not.
Yes, I saw. I was expecting no less.
Thank you, Lily.
Are there any other rules that we should like, you punch one of them, 5 of them stab you? Is there any other rules like that we should just get out of the way right now?
Also, how's city supposed to function if rules not posted? I see no
Nice.
posted.
That's a good point.
They are street rules.
Sure.
They
So
are
then
not
I did
laws. Yes,
What
you held your own, Uggo.
Yeah.
What did he say about we all have to eat the vermin?
We are the vermin, the gang
Oh.
of us. We are vermin.
They are, yes. Yeah,
Yes.
Curso, and yes, yeah, right.
I was,
Okay.
and so was Vic.
Right. Got it.
Okay.
You
They
are still
taste
confused.
they taste the blades of the vermin, I think is what he said.
Yes, that's what I.
Right.
Yes.
Not literally eat.
I think what he's saying is yes, that you are going to feel their steel in your side.
Okay. In my
Yes.
head, it was more of like an actual like rodent cookout situation.
All right. Could be.
It
Well,
is.
if they're following own rules, then all of us should say something bad about him.
Civ, can we talk about this cheesemonger character? It was very interesting.
Do you remember? Well, of course you remember. Do you remember Whitebeard?
Of course. you mean the dead body that was here 5 minutes ago?
Who are you talking about?
No, never heard of him.
The cheesemonger and Whitebeard are like brothers, but separated from cities.
They don't actually know each other.
No, they are.
You just mean
The way they think, the way they act. The way
I think
they
that
lead.
oversimplification just confused those who didn't need the oversimplification. Not for others. Just similar.
I hope that you never have to actually meet the cheesemonger. He is
Again,
he
just
is
to
like-
clarify,
No,
he does
yes.
not actually sell cheese.
I
No,
also
he
want to know.
does. He
does?
does.
He
Yes.
does, jeez.
It is
What
a
kind?
front. It
There's
is
a
a
lot
front.
of like layered rules here. That's all.
Yes.
Right. Right.
So he pretends to sell the cheese, but that is just his way of making it look like that is his legitimate business, when his real business is stealing and selling lies and spying on people and,
Did you, forgive me for presuming, did you used to work for this gentleman?
He
When you
raised
were here
me.
before? Oh.
When I
Okay.
tried to steal from him as a boy, he caught me, and he taught me how to steal and how to stab and how to fight. He
You
fed
know
me. He fed me at first, and then he let me take a cut of the money that I made.
And
Got
you
it.
don't know his real name.
No, the cheesemonger never tells anyone his name.
Did what
Did we
Curso
come
was
up-
saying... Sorry, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, should we come up with something else to call him other than the cheesemonger?
You can call him whatever you wish.
Okay.
Whitebeard.
No, that would just get confusing.
I'm still confused on whether they're brothers or not.
They are very similar, not brothers, but they are
Cut from
one
the
and
same cloth.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is what I am saying. Yes.
Right.
Right. Not actually
Does-
like James' brother. Not like brother with James.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
No. The cheesemonger is perhaps a little bit more sleazy than Whitebeard.
What is word?
Yikes.
Instead of being a big show, he is behind
Sneaky.
the scenes.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
He uses the vermin like pawns in a game of dragon chess.
Corso.
Yes.
Could make
Yeah.
sounds quite dangerous. Is what Curso was saying about him? Did that ring true to you?
Yes.
This tale of I mean, how, as you'd said, no one moves up to the High Strana, and then suddenly there he
No.
is.
It is unheard of. Whatever this thing is that Calcutta Theed or the Ashen Mage or whatever we are calling her, whatever she gave him, it must be very powerful.
Is there
Fair.
something that the Vetch would value, something physical, tangible that
Money.
they would value?
Money and power, that is the only thing, those two things are the only things they care at all about.
But I'm not understanding. So what? He had a pile of gold. That wouldn't be something valuable.
No,
I
you
wouldn't
cannot
think.
just buy your way
Right.
into the veg.
Do you
Maybe
think
it's a
it could
magical
be
item of
sort of
some
a
sort.
spell? Oh yes.
Yeah. Some sort of thing that gave him power over others.
You have to understand, this has never happened before.
I think
never-
I asked you when we first came into town, and yeah.
I've never heard of anyone becoming poached veg or veg.
Civ, how do they know that this occurred? That this secretive meeting between the Ashen Mage and the Cheesemonger occurred?
That is why you are going to come with me to meet Lelia at midnight.
Okay.
That would be good. I would like to meet.
And I'm sorry,
Layla,
you're meeting her
again.
at midnight?
Yes, that is what I snuck into her pocket when I got between her and Curso.
Oh, I did not know you did that because you're very stealthy.
Hema, you all right? Okay.
Just yep.
I will remind you not to fall in love with someone you can't love.
Uggo,
What? You just happened.
it's not that I couldn't fall in love with Sinelka. It
You-
just wasn't right at the right time.
That is the same thing.
Right.
I'm not going to
I
fall
could
in
not
love
fall
with
in
her.
love with Lily because she is in love with Civ.
This got very uncomfortable very fast.
I don't understand. Why is
This
that?
is
Talking
when
about-
this is
It's
when
not your
Sid-
fault.
Talking about
It's
love.
not your fault.
This is
Talking
when
about
this is when I
love.
fade into the background and I start eating meat pie in the
Tricky
corner.
business.
Well, maybe
I
I need to
go over
rethink
the
this
wall.
relationship if Civ wants to slink away when he says that.
Oh,
Out of one fire and into the next one.
I just feel like if people talked about how they felt when they first felt it, then maybe things would be better.
In
Perhaps.
Olsvach, you don't just say how you feel.
Well, in Olsvach, you don't do anything that you mean.
That's a lot
True.
of places, actually.
Yeah,
well,
yeah. That Uggo don't want to be that way.
Yes.
So-
That's wise.
I'm
Part
sorry
of
to
why
interrupt.
this is happening is because people do that.
Oh.
So,
Well, I think
that
we're
was
going to have to get into
Well,
a place
yes,
that we're not
I-
allowed.
See
Can
that.
we discuss maybe what the plan is?
Yeah. So meeting at midnight. What's your thought there?
There is something that the Vermin are not telling us. There is something that they know. Like you have these questions. You say, how do they know that the cheesemonger has this item? How do they know? And Lelia is, she is very tough, but she also has a big heart. And I know she will tell me.
So you trust them, or at least to an extent.
As much as I would trust any of you, yes.
I wanted to cast Detect Thoughts on Curso when he was telling us about it, but the amulet kept messing with me, so I wasn't quite able to. Yes.
You
but
are
it
more
is-
than welcome to hide in the shadows and try to read her mind.
Lily, do you have amulet?
Yes,
You sure?
I think so.
Touch it, make sure it's there.
Is it there?
Yeah, it's there.
Hey. What? We are in city full of thieves. All of a sudden you say amulet, I'm like, uh-oh, maybe it's not around.
That's a good
Right,
point.
right,
That's a good
right.
point. Okay, so
Actually, you might want to check all of your things, because they might not be there.
good point. We'll take a good inventory when we get into our room tonight.
I am going to turn at that moment, Knusnia.
Hi, Sivrak.
My babushka, how are you, my dear?
How are the meat pies? You enjoy them?
Yes, they are delicious as always. And the troska, mwah, beautiful.
Well, we try down here in Lostrana.
I was wondering if you have any rooms to rent for
Yes.
myself and my friends.
How many do you need?
Well, am I going to get the Sivrak discount?
Sivrak, I have not seen you in 2 years. More.
I
Of
slide
course.
a gold nugget across the counter.
What is this?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Who-
This is to pay off my tab.
This is not enough for your tab.
No. It is a start.
Who you steal this from? This is
It doesn't.
incredible.
It doesn't matter.
I'm
It is yours. Take it.
so kind to me, Sivrak. I missed you seeing you in here. It's not been the same.
Yes, I can tell that things have changed.
Well, every day is different, but the same.
Have you heard of this? Of the cheesemonger becoming post the veg?
Oh, everybody hears. Yes, of course. Yes,
What have you heard?
Yeah, as you mentioned in the Hestrona, on the hill they built it for him. I could not believe it. The veg built him his own mansion. It was incredible. No one ever seen anything like this. I don't know what he.
No, please.
I don't know how he pulled it off. He's always got schemes and crazy ideas. I try to stay away from him, to be honest. But I hear from all of you coming in, all the vermin, tell me stories. They cannot shut up about cheesemonger poached veg.
Do you know which house? Do you know if there's a house?
Everybody knows the newest house on the hill.
No, I'm saying the veg. Which one of the houses of the veg of the oligarchs?
This is great mystery. We don't know if it's Shomnobog or Morov. I don't. Nobody thinks it was Karat. But clearly, all the veg had to sign off on pitch the veg.
Right. Yes. So they all know.
Of course they do.
You haven't heard if any of the veg have been perhaps disgusted by this vermin coming up?
I try not to listen too hard about the veg. I don't want to get in
I
trouble.
slide another gold nugget across the bar to her.
Well, I have heard a few things. It is a little strange, this. The veg, they are always close to the vest. Yes, they tell you the things And you hear whispers here and there about what they want. This, we never hear one thing and then change. But this, we hear one thing and then change. It's very strange indeed. We hear something about how the cheesemonger fell out of favor, and then we hear, oh, perhaps they like him so much more now. I don't understand how it did.
When did this happen? How long ago?
It was right after you left. 2 years.
Has it been that long?
Yeah, you told me.
I mean, I imagine Civ leaving and going, making his way down pretty quickly to meeting
You told me
everybody
2
else.
years. I can show you the email.
Oh,
Can't change it now.
snap. You mean you read my emails, Jess? I'm gonna have to go back and start sending them again.
Hidden by his own backstory.
All right. Please, can you send up more of the meat pies and perhaps a nice bottle of something as well?
Of course. You want Tosca?
I don't know. I look at the rest of you. Does anyone else wish for more?
I'm fine as far, especially if we're going to be going out later. I'm all right.
Then just give me a bottle of the cheap stuff.
Okay. She hands you a bottle and she looks at these two huge, unrefined gold ores and she says, I'm going to have to bring this to the fence. You know this. You're going to ask questions about where I got this.
Yes.
What do I tell him?
Perhaps I will have to go there myself. I was hoping to get the Vermin to do it for me, but c'est la vie.
Enjoy.
I'm sure if you go to the fence and, slip him a sliver of the gold, he will look the other way.
He's going to want to know, but I have a way with him.
I'm sure you do.
No one will be looking for it. That's for certain.
True. And it is unmarked, so, meh.
It
You found
spins
it
like
on
regular gold.
countertop. That's where you found. You found on countertop.
Yes.
I like this one.
Strange tip from a strange traveler.
And then I'm gonna pick up the bottle and a couple half-eaten meat pies. Shall we go to the room?
Yeah, yes. What time is it right now?
It's getting, in the evening, certainly. It's later in the day. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
As we leave the bar, Lily's gonna spin around and grab a round of waters and carry it.
Good.
James, I was hoping I could talk to my dad tonight.
Yeah, certainly. If we have a moment, I can make that happen.
But I'm also having that meeting at midnight, so
Right.
do you want me to just wake you up?
I mean, well, did you want us all to go, Civ, or what was your thought?
I don't want to scare her, so the fewer of us that go, the better. I only thought because Fahima seems to like her that it would be best to introduce them.
Okay. Maybe I should go with you so that if there's any problem, I could send a message back to Uggo and back to those who aren't, since I have the longest communication capabilities, And so if there is an issue, I can.
Delia will not turn on us.
I mean,
trust her.
There's more things in this city than her, though, are there not?
This is true. I would feel sorry for whoever tried to rob Fahima, though.
True.
Why, I just blush them to death.
Is that a new spell you have?
I wish. Someday I'll come up with a spell that just implodes my own self out of embarrassment.
Oh, gosh.
I was thinking more you cast spell and make blood come out of their cheeks.
Yikes.
Oh,
Isn't that how blushing work?
it's not the direction I wanted my blood magic to go in, but it's a good thought.
That's horrifying.
I'm happy to hear you say that, Fahima. That's comforting to me.
Indeed.
It could be useful though, James, if you could read her mind. Does she know if it fails?
No. I can just keep it on surface thoughts as a sort of lie detector. It'll be fine. I won't aim to go deeper.
The plan is that Uggo and I will stay here, and you three will meet her at midnight to find out more information.
Yes.
And then in the morning, we're all going to the Blue Mountain?
They will come here in the morning, and then we can all go, yes.
Wait.
Okay.
This is Lily babysitting Uggo, isn't it?
No, or you babysitting me.
Yeah, you're not the one who needs babysitting.
Well.
Although you are very close to size of baby.
Yeah. Temperament-wise, I'll watch you. Size-wise, you'll watch me. It's, equal.
I see. I was going to go out into the streets and look for trouble.
Okay, see, this is why
I was kidding.
what you said is right.
I kid.
There were bears out in that street. Please be careful.
Exactly what. James knows me.
I forgot
James
about the bears.
Just
I will
bears.
say-
Go look for bear.
I will
Walking
say
around.
this, if you want to take some of the gold and try to exchange it, I can tell you where the fence is.
Is it smart to go there late at night?
That is the best time to go.
I don't know.
If you go in during the day, they would pretend it is a shop. At
Oh,
night
and
is when you bring the stolen things in and sell them off.
So
And
Uggo
Lily,
and I
you can
could go-
talk them up with your pretty language, and I can look very threatening.
Okay,
Sure.
Yeah.
all right.
Just don't get in a fight with
I
anybody.
said look.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I might have to threaten someone if they start hurting Lily, but
Yes, of
and
course.
likewise.
right.
Is this
So, How
this
much
Blue
of the
Mountain-
gold do you want to trade, or do you want to sell some of the dwarven goods that I have?
Well, we all have some gold, right? In that.
Right, but I'm not talking about the coin. I'm talking about the nuggets, the raw gold.
You're just looking to turn the nuggets into coin, is what you're talking about.
Or
Right.
gems.
I could
Either
do that.
or.
I just smash them.
This is different.
Well, maybe you just give us a few and we can go test out and see what it's like at the fence and how much we can take
Fine.
off.
Fine.
Okay?
Yes. I like this idea.
Is this Blue Mountain that you mentioned for Vic's burial tomorrow? Is it an actual mountain? Or what is it?
It is a hill on the north side of town. It looks blue when the sun hits it in a certain light, but it probably has a different name. It is just what we call it, is the Blue Mountain.
Need
Sounds
me to
nice.
prepare a funeral rite?
If that is going to keep her from coming back as undead, yes.
It will.
Then yes, I would like that. I would
know it's a
appreciate
weird-
it.
Work on it.
I know it's a weird time to sleep, but perhaps we should all try and get a couple hours of sleep before we venture out for the evening.
I don't think
sure.
I will be sleeping, but yes, please, all of you, if you wish to sleep, sure.
Fahima, unfortunately, your father has to be asleep wherever he is for the spell to work. So I mean, maybe it would be better for us to wait until after this rendezvous. You would be able to get a night's sleep though through it.
Okay, I can wait.
Yeah, so it'd probably be best.
I think he's a couple time zones behind us anyway. If he's in patch.
Ein zones, I think.
But the sun rises and sets at the same time all across time. You don't have to worry about time zones.
Oh my god. You guys.
You guys.
Okay. Nap time it is.
I guess so. Rightio. Take a short rest.
All right, so you guys retire to your rooms at the Moose and Squirrel Inn and Tavern. We also got a gold potato just now from Rio Lancelot. That's a name I haven't seen
Thank
before.
you.
Rio Lancelot. Thank you, Rio. So
Very
you
nice.
are. These are, this is a not the nicest accommodations you've ever been in before, but it is it's comfortable enough. These rooms are meant to be guest rooms, but they are this place is fairly run down like most of Lostrana, and it is it's pretty sparsely decorated, and basically just a bed and table and chairs, and it's not, there's not much to look at, but it serves the purpose for you to bed down and take a nap or take a long night's rest, either way.
I'll separate out the meat pies so everybody can take some if they wish, and resist the urge to pop open the bottle of cheap stuff that I bought.
Yeah, the meat pies are pungent and thick. There's, if you bite into them, there's juices that run down your chin. I mean, this is good, hearty cooking. That's very common food, but full of spice and full of flavor.
Yima will go to Uggo's door and wherever he's gonna go take his nap and give him a little knock.
I believe the custom is you may enter.
Thank you, Uggo. That was very polite.
It's you, huh? You don't have to knock. You could just walk in.
Well, I just, I don't know if you're sleeping or not.
It wouldn't matter. If you need me, you wake me up then.
Thank you. I wanted to talk to you for a minute about the love thing.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know. I just wanted to clarify. It's not that I couldn't love Zanelka. We just weren't there yet.
Oh.
Have you ever felt that before? Like you're falling in love with someone, but not quite yet? Or do you just go straight to all the way in love with someone?
I have fallen in love with all of you.
But what about a partner? Have you ever, like the way you feel about Lily, felt about
I feel the same
Lily?
way about all of you.
But didn't you feel a bit stronger about her?
Only because I knew her better then. Now I know more of you more, and I love all of you deeply.
Well, there's the kind of love that you have for your friends, and there's the kind of love that you have for your, the people that
Why do you call it same word then?
Well, there's just different kinds of love. Isn't there anyone you've ever wanted to hug or kiss in a not friends way?
I'm not sure I understand your referencing. For me is same. Friend and partner, same.
Okay. What about, I know that your mom and your dad was a complicated relationship. Yes. Did you ever see them show affection to each other?
Yes, they punched each other many times.
Okay, so that's what love looked like for you growing up.
Yeah. Well, there was more than just that.
Okay. Did they ever hold hands?
Only in preparation for battle. Like Civ show, tie hands together.
What about putting an arm over one another, or sort of having a gleam in one's eye when looking at the other?
Father did not show that sweetness. He called weakness.
Oh.
Uggo learned this not weakness. This love.
Okay. Well, then I understand why you would think that it might be a bit weird that I couldn't say I love you to Zanelka, but to me, there's a level of love that means that person is everything to you. You want them to be by your side through everything. You want what's best for them, but you also want to be close to them physically. You want to hug them and kiss them.
You again, you tell me exactly how I feel about all of you.
All the romance novels are not really helping in this
Maybe
area.
Uggo do not understand. Maybe Uggo do not know. Can you, is it wrong for Uggo to love all of you?
No, I'm just trying to tell you unsuccessfully that there are different kinds of love. Here, and she'll reach up and she'll give him a little like kiss on the lips.
Oh.
See?
See
Now
what?
you don't do that to all of your friends, now do you?
Well, no, I didn't know that they wanted to.
No, they don't. They don't want you to, Uggo. They don't. No, your friends. I was just showing you what
you just did to me.
No, it was just an example. There was no other way to explain.
Well, that's the first time I ever experienced that.
For a lot of people, when they love someone, that's what they do with one another. It's the next level.
Okay.
So with your friends, us, you and I, we don't do that.
Oh.
But someone you fall in love with, you might.
I will have to pray to Candle Queen about this because you are only making me more confused.
I'm sorry about
It's okay.
that.
I'm sorry that I said something that made you feel that I was incorrect.
It's okay. No, it's all right. I understand why. Your parents punched each other instead of kissing, so.
Well, I mean, yeah. It's a orc way.
I guess for me, I think that I'll fall in love with someone when it feels right, and it just didn't feel right.
So then if you did not love her, what do you say? You half love her? You quarter love her? She's okay love? I'm not quite sure.
I think what we're learning here is you're becoming more adept at nonverbal communication.
I'm trying so hard.
Yes, and you could say to someone that you like them.
Okay.
You like them a lot.
Okay.
But love, when you're in love with someone, that is
it
the
a
top.
box?
That's the top tier. What?
It's a box?
A box?
You have to get into it?
What? No, Uggo. In the feeling, you're inside of the feeling overcomes you, overpowers you. You're in love with someone.
Okay, now that makes sense.
And I feel like I confused you because just because you kiss someone doesn't mean that you're in love with them. So I'm just going to back away from this conversation before it gets any worse.
No. Are we in love now?
No, we love you. We love each other, but we're not in love.
Okay.
We could be.
So I am Zanoka then.
But it's not right now.
I am Zanoka then. Same category as Zanoka. You do not love me.
No, Zanelka's an ex-lover. I thought I could be in love with her. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I have to talk to Lily.
Yeah.
Maybe Lily make me understand better. I think hair metaphor is better.
Yes, the hair metaphor.
I like all of your hair.
Things. And I like, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Fahima shuts the door awkwardly.
I love you,
her.
Fahima. Thank you for kissing me.
That was...
Well, was that
Lily's walking back from the bathroom and hears that.
Oh my god.
I think that actually wins for the most awkward conversation we've had on the show. I think that wins.
That was
Wow.
awesome. That was incredible.
Rest
like
of
the
the
idea
episode.
of-
Keep going.
I like the idea of Lily with like a towel on her hair, like.
Yeah.
Oh,
Brush my
hey.
I'm sorry, what?
You remember the thing about haircuts? I was trying to talk to Uggo about love and it didn't work. So he likes the haircut metaphor. So I can't talk about this anymore. I gotta go. It was just an example.
You kissed him as an example of love?
He wasn't getting it. He's never been kissed before.
Fahima?
He's never been kissed before. I mean, I don't know.
No, sorry. I don't mean to judge the way you teach about love. I can't wait to hear what he says about it. You know, sometimes when you explain things, people just, they need a minute for it to sink in and then it clicks.
Yeah. I just thought he needed like a gesture. I didn't. Yeah. Okay. You take care of it. I'm gonna go read a book.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. We're in the same room.
Oh, I'm leaving this room.
Bye. And we just walk into the same room together.
Ava pulls up her book.
Ending of an awkward scene.
Which bed is
hang
mine?
your sheets. You hang
It's
your
like when
sheets
you say
into
goodbye to
the-
someone, then you walk the same way on the sidewalk for a long time.
Oh, I'm parked here too.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Oh my
All
God.
right, so that was delightful. I'm gonna take this second to. Speaking of love, there's people who have been showing us love with balloons. Bingle Gels, David Gen
Yes.
Pro, Dartman 42, Grateful Citizen of Ein, Friendly Undead Mage, A Jar Full of Bees, Zach Mac 09, Legendary Marvel Man, The Raven Queen, and others. Thank you for those. We love love on this show, as is
Indeed.
very clear. Okay.
Even if
So-
we don't really know what it is.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Civ, you are preparing to make your meeting as the night gets later, right?
Yeah, I'm probably just pacing, waiting until, I'm assuming it's going to take us like 15 minutes to get to the clock tower.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just
Well,
going to
I'm
pace.
awake.
Yeah. Actually, sure. I'll knock on your door, James.
I've probably been reading more of the plainer speaking book from Ovnevrius the Keen. But yes, come in.
Yeah, sorry to bother you, James.
It's all right.
I just wanted to know if you are going to come with Fahima and I to the clock tower.
I mean, I will, as long as you don't think that I'll be a nuisance or detrimental to your plan.
No, I don't think she is going to bring a second, but if she does, it would be best for you to stay hidden.
Okay, that's fine. I can hang back and yes, and maybe wait for some sort of signal. That's fine.
There is something that I wish to discuss with you before I bring it up to the group, if you have a moment.
Okay.
It is kind of hard for me to put into words, but I don't know how this is going to go with the cheesemonger, but I don't want to kill him.
Okay.
And I know most of the places that we go, if something gets in our way, we kill it.
Right. No, I think we're all following your lead here in this city. We're all kind of, relying on your experience and your impressions of things. So, I mean, if you say that's what you wish, then that is what you wish. Absolutely. And I think it's certainly in our best interest to find out what his dealings with the Ashen Mage were. Certainly sounds suspect, this changing of everyone's minds all of a sudden, that suddenly he's so great when yesterday maybe he wasn't. It kind of made my ears prick up a little bit. It sounded like a magical item or something. I mean, kind of sounded like my suggestion spell a little bit, but obviously probably more powerful.
Well, the Vetch are not they are not weak.
Right.
They have wizards, sorcerers, perhaps
Right.
even a warlock that they would employ. So I find it hard to believe that one item would be able to change all of their minds like that.
Right. But again, you also said it didn't sound like they would be very susceptible to just being bribed with just money. I mean, that sounds like
No.
they have money.
I think it is power.
Yeah.
I think this item gives them power.
Right.
And for that, they would be willing to at least entertain the idea of the cheesemonger becoming sort of like a Vetch.
Right.
And then if he is no longer useful, then they would just...
Is there any member of the High Strana that you would feel comfortable approaching and asking about this? No. Okay. No. All right. How about a servant? Do they have servants that work in their houses? Anything
Yes,
like that?
they have a lot of servants.
I I'm glad you're being transparent with us, with me, and certainly that I'm absolutely fine not bringing any harm on this person if we can absolutely avoid it.
He might make it very hard for us
I hear you.
not to hurt him. And he might also have people in his employ that I also don't wish to kill.
Right.
Because that could have been me.
I hear you. I see that.
And after killing the thieves in the library where you are from,
Right.
and after killing the halfling and seeing how Lily reacted, my taste for killing it has become bitter.
Understand.
I don't wish to do it anymore, unless I have to, unless it is between me and someone else. Or if someone is trying to kill one of you, then I will kill them without hesitation.
Yes, I hear you.
But if I'm just sneaking into a building and stealing something, I don't have to kill anyone. It is very hard for me. It is very hard for me to not use violence.
Coming from this place, I can understand why. But we've learned so much since we first met, and we've become more powerful, and I think, but we've also learned the responsibility that comes with that. Someone great somewhere once said, with great power comes great responsibility. And you seem to be learning that responsibility.
I learned it from being with all of you.
Same.
You don't choose to kill unless you have to.
Right. But no, so I think that the more transparent we can be with all of us, so we can all be on the same page and all have the same information. We're very smart and we're very sneaky, the five of us together, so I'm sure we can come up with plans to run reconnaissance. I have a spell that can, clairvoyance, where I can create a listening or a seeing sensor from a mile away. So, I mean, yeah, we've got options. We'll figure it out.
Yes, we might not have a lot of time. Normally, I would like to case the place that I am going to steal from. And this time we are going in somewhat blind, which is why I'm hoping Lelia will give us more information.
Great. But Ness, I know time is still of the essence. We do still have two friends in the custody of some orcs to the west, and but this certainly sounds worth running down and finding out what's going on, because if any more information we can get on the Ashen Mage, finding out some of her other dealings and possibly more about her power is worth it. So, yes.
So my question to you is, will you help me convince the others not to kill anyone?
Yes. I don't think that'll be a problem, of course.
You don't know the cheesemonger.
I understand. It will mean something coming from you, though.
I am going to go give the gold to Lily, and then we should go.
Great. I'll be awake.
I'll go to Lily.
All right. You walk over to her room where Fahima and Lily are both staying tonight, and knock on the door.
Lily?
Yes? Hello.
Sorry to bother you. I just wanted to know how much of the gold or dwarven goods you would like to take to the fence, and then I will tell you where he is inside of the city. Or it might be a she. I don't know who runs the fence anymore.
Well, I guess I don't know what you think would be the appropriate amount to start with. It feels like bringing all of it at once might be a bit much.
Yes, that is actually very smart. I'm glad you suggested it. So perhaps I give you a small piece, a medium-sized piece, and a large piece, and then when you get in there and you get kind of a feeling of how it is going, you can decide how much you wish to exchange.
And do we need to have any like code words? Or do
Jeff,
I just
is there a code word, or is there any kind of like,
I think you would definitely need to declare an affiliation to something like what Lily walking in there would be suspicious by herself without any known accomplices.
Okay.
So yeah, I think you would probably want to give her some sort of thieves can't.
I'll take off my
message.
scarf, my red scarf, and I'll drape that around your neck, and then I'll teach you a quick hand gesture that essentially means I'm one of the vermin. Yes, it's Vogue. That's the hand gesture.
I'm with Sim.
Dietrich and DiMaggio.
It's any kind of Madonna dance move. That's thieves can't in Hein.
Yeah. The thing you want to express is that you are, in fact, a material girl. So
Living in a material world.
Yeah. That's actually, that's an old Olsvach saying right there.
Okay, so I just make that and I have this scarf and then they'll know?
Yes. And
Should
then
I say your name or should I not say your name?
It doesn't matter. The names don't matter unless you want to say that you are a member of the Vermin.
Okay, but I'm not, and it feels like that's a dangerous thing for me to say that I am a member.
You could be a new member. I could make you a member.
Really?
Yes.
But
You don't want to be in the Vermin. I'm just saying. I'm saying I could get you into the Vermin if that was a problem.
I guess I'm going to need you to use your judgment here because I'm naturally inclined to join any club I'm invited into.
You are going to have to lie, my dear. I'm sorry, but you are going to have to lie.
Sense?
Yes.
And say I'm a member of the Vermin.
Yes.
Okay.
It is better this way.
Okay.
Otherwise, you are what? A random person coming in from off the street trying to sell gold?
Yeah. I mean, it feels like, do they care?
Yes, they do, because if you are the wrong person, then they could be in trouble.
Okay. So just so I can like be convincing, I'm a member of the Vermin. We all taste the same blood. That's the gist?
Perhaps this is a better way to think of it. When you are in Bingle, yes, and you are in a tight group of friends.
Yeah, the whole island.
Yes, and let's say another group of friends comes onto Bingle and they start causing a lot of problems.
Oh.
They are breaking glasses and smashing chairs and getting in fights. What would your group of friends or family do?
We'd ask them to sit on the beach around a bonfire until they take a moment to breathe it out, and then we usually talk through things. We actually have people designated for that exact situation because we run a bar.
Walked into that one, sure.
so good. So good.
We long ago like a physical attachment to, chairs and that windows, they get broken,
All right, well,
Just tell me, maybe not in metaphor, what I should do.
if you just say, look, I am selling this on behalf of the Vermin.
Okay.
I have come to sell this on behalf of the Vermin. I am a courier. You can
Great.
say this, yes?
I'm a courier.
Yes. Yes, and the hand gestures, which for some reason look like
You
dance
taught it to
moves.
me.
Yes, yes. It is, thieves, they are silly. Anyways, this is where it is.
Number one adjective for thieves. Okay.
This is what it is, and I'm going to give you general directions and tell you, don't approach the door if there's anybody else at the door, and, just kind of give you like the general lay of the land and the rules and what have you. And don't take anything less than, I would say, like 70%, Jeff? 80%?
Sure, yeah, for unrefined gold, yeah, I think.
Yeah, 70 or 80% of the value of the item.
Okay. And what's the value of these items?
The smallest one is worth about 20, 25 gold. The medium-sized one is worth about 50, maybe 60 gold. And the big one, I would say, is at least 100 gold.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Honestly, this club seems pretty cool.
Now that you're in it, it is.
Do we have meetups?
You know what? If you have to ask, don't ask Uggo. He will probably just tell you to beat them up.
I won't sell it for anything less than what you said.
Yes, in fact, if they are trying to fleece you, if they're trying to quote you too low, then just act like you're going to leave, and then they will change their tune and give you a better price. It is negotiation. You are very good at this, at haggling, yes?
My dad always says about wand shopping. He says, walk away and they'll chase you. Don't be afraid to walk away.
Yes.
Don't be afraid to walk away. Okay.
Yes.
So 25, 60.
100.
100.
Yes.
I wrote it down since James won't be there to do all the math stuff. So.
Yes. And also mention that there is more so that they get greedy. Because if they give you a good price, you won't go somewhere else with the goods.
Okay. Do I need to have a vermin name?
You want a vermin name?
No, I don't know. I mean, does Lily work?
I wouldn't say your name.
Okay.
I wouldn't. Yes.
We don't. We don't
if they
share names of the vermin.
Yes. Well, yes. They don't want to know your name because then they, know who you are.
Right.
Yes.
So it's better for them.
Yeah.
I had a very important thing that I wanted to talk to Lily about for no reason.
It is okay. We need to get going. It is almost midnight.
So do you and I, Uggo, so we can chat.
Oh, good.
Just
Fahima?
be very careful.
Okay.
And
I'm going to try and channel my inner Civ.
And I will give you a quick kiss before I dart out of the room.
Okay, now I'm very confused.
All right, Civ and Fahima and James make their way through the twisting streets as night has taken over the city, and you see there are barrels with open flame in them. You get the sense of people lurking in shadows everywhere, and it is a strange, menacing city, quite frankly. It is tight corridors, dirty, smelly, cold. It is even more cold at night here. Everyone tightly wrapped in scarves, and you make your way to that tall clock tower that you noticed when you first entered through the big double gates of Olsvach, and following Civ all the way.
Is there something? Is you somewhere else I should be hiding? Civ?
Once there is a small opening before we get to the clock tower. You will stay in the alleyway so that you can still see us.
Great.
But
great.
don't go into the light. Don't let yourself be seen.
And I'll cast invisibility on you as well.
Oh, yeah, great, perfect.
But you should still hide as a...
Oh, yes. Yeah, definitely. All right. And I guess if anything goes wrong, yell something that I won't be able to think is anything else.
I'll send Veep.
That works too. All right. Okay. So yes, I will wait to be cast invisible and then go outside to the spot where Civ pointed.
All right, so you become translucent and you stand there in the cold, looking around you. Standing in the shadow, there are flickering lights around corners and deep down long passageways. You hear the clip-clop of horses every now and again. It's not a very comfortable place to be standing, but you focus your attention on where your two companions wander into. Civ and Fahima, both of you, please give me perception checks. Civ, you have advantage from Funky G Macman, and Fahima, you have advantage from Tua Mask, countered by Grim Fated. Also, we
Clear,
got a potato. Excuse me. Aegis 13 gave us a golden potato. Thank you, Aegis.
Thank
Our friend
you.
Aegis
Thank
13.
you. Can I see them from my vantage?
As soon as they kind of go in, you cannot
Okay.
see them. Yeah.
That's fine. Okay.
I got an 18 on perception.
21.
Fema? 21. Okay, so both of you, as you walk in, it's much darker in there. I think both of you have dark vision, or just Civ?
I have dark vision,
Both
but
of
it's
you have
in
dark
shades
vision.
of red.
No, fun. So both of you see a silhouette leaning against a post inside, this long, live, feline silhouette with a curling tail that wraps around the pillar. And as you walk in, it steps forward, and you see Lelia, and she says, "Took you long enough to get here, Sivrak? Oh, you came.
Yes, I brought a friend.
Hope you don't mind.
Yes, I wanted to introduce her in a situation that was a little bit more, casual.
More casual than your friend punching Curso in the face. I thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny until they started to threaten to kill one another.
Oh, you know Curso, he's all bluster.
Yes.
Until he stabs you.
He seems like he has changed a little bit since I was here last. Is everything okay with him?
You have changed. You are the one who has changed. This is what I've noticed. Curso, he's moody. He's... But you are different altogether, Sivrak. Why all the cloak and dagger? Why midnight at the clock tower? And your friend here, and she walks up and places a paw on your shoulder, Fihima. What are you exactly? Not human? No.
Oh, I just run warm. That's all. You seem to be a bit magical yourself, no? It's got a bit of a sparkle about you.
Oh, silver tongue. No sparkle for me. No magic, just curious.
Can I insight check that?
Sure. You have advantage from False Star, countered by Grim Faded.
Thank you. 12.
You believe she is telling the truth about not having magic?
Okay.
So,
Lelia, I need a favor. I need you to tell me what is really going on.
what is really going on?
Yes, I know you know more about the cheesemonger than what Curso is telling us. And if I am going to risk my life and my friends' lives, I need to know. And I know you will tell me.
With your friend here, you want me to...
Oh, I can leave if you'd prefer that.
No, it's okay. I like you.
Good.
Curso wants you to do the job.
Why?
Why?
Yes.
Your revenge. Isn't it obvious?
Revenge on the cheesemonger.
Of course. Revenge on the cheesemonger. Revenge on you.
So
he
he is
blames
planning.
you. He blames you. He blames you for Vic leaving.
So he is planning on ratting me out.
I don't know this. I don't think Curso would do this. But he wants you to risk yourself and see what he cannot do. He cannot do this. We know this. He cannot go into the cheesemonger's mansion. How could he? You know the cheesemonger has promoted Curso. He runs the Vermin in Lostran.
Yes, that is why it is hard for me to believe that he would want revenge on the cheesemonger.
Huh.
If he is in power, if he is leading the Vermin, why?
Because Curso wants Astrana. If the cheesemonger could do it, he could do it too. If he has whatever the cheesemonger had.
So he wants the item. If we take it, he wants it.
Well, depending on what it is, nobody knows what it is. If it is something that he can use the same way Cheesemonger did to coerce the veg, to offer to the veg, he's curious, he is ambitious, and he is angry.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
How do you know the woman, the person, gave this item to the cheesemonger? Who saw it?
Well, there are little kids that the cheesemonger keeps around him all the time. You know this, Sivrak.
I was one of them.
We were all one of them. And they speak, you know, if you talk to them the right way, they see things. Curso asks the right questions.
And they're
don't know if
trustworthy?
it's true. Well, dear, as much as anyone in Olsvach. But I don't know if any of this is a fool's errand, but he wants you to do the job. Are you going to do the job?
I am thinking about it.
Well, let's just say I would not mind seeing the cheesemonger go down myself, you know? I like Curso. You like Curso. Don't convince yourself that you are enemies.
If the cheesemonger is no more, is Curso planning on being the leader of the Vermin and being the new cheesemonger?
That I do not know. I don't want to believe that he would do this, but I don't know.
Wouldn't you rather see Olsvach be classless? Everybody gets the same rights. Everybody gets to live in the same... What? Why are you laughing?
You are a very, very beautiful young lady with a beautiful mind of fantasies.
That's
I
not
like
wrong.
this.
That's not wrong. But also, this item, if it gives power to whoever has it, is Curso going to be someone who uses that power for good? Not that it matters for us on getting it or not, but I just want to entertain the idea of I'm confident we can get it. So who could use that
She
power
walks
the
up
best?
to you and puts her finger on your lips. Sivrak, do you want to explain to this one? Or shall I?
Please.
There is no good or bad. There is no good or bad. That is what growing up in Olsvach teaches you. There is only alive or dead. Have or have not.
She grasps her wrist and pulls it away. I have to disagree. I've met bad. I've met truly, truly bad. It's out there, and it exists here, and I am intent on trying to stop it.
She looks at you, Siv. Okay. Well, in Olsvach, I have never seen good stay good. And I have never seen bad that does not get worse. So, welcome to Olsvach. And may your assessment of the world persevere.
I look at Fahima. Any other questions?
If we could set up another time to perhaps do some ear piercings, I would love that.
That can be arranged for sure.
Just before we leave town.
Which one you want to do? This one or this one?
Both.
Oh. Ah. Well, come to the mouse hall. I think if you would do the job, I think Kelso wants to help. So perhaps we'd have time to pierce ears.
Cool. That sounds cool.
Lelia, there is one more thing. I promised my friends that you could buy anything you want in Olsvach for a price. I do not have time to get all of the things that they want. I have the resource to get it, but I don't have the time. If I were to give you a list, would you be able to get some of these things? I would pay you for your time, of course.
I will give to Chesh and Gorky. They will do it for me. Yes, of course.
And
But I have a price too, Siv.
Of course. What is your price?
And she steps forward and kisses you full on the mouth, and the tail wraps around yours.
Whoa!
And she steps back. Okay. I do it.
Was not expecting that.
Somewhere else, Uggo's confused again. Huh?
It is good to see you back here.
I have missed you. I have missed all of you. It is hard for me to say that, but you are my family. Still are, Verhand.
I cannot believe she is gone, Sivrak. I mean, she was gone, but I can't believe she is gone. Do you know?
I know. I will miss her. Terribly. And I'm going to reach into the bag of holding and take out a large piece of gold and put it into her paw, along with a list of items that everyone else wanted.
Oh my. These are not easy items. It may take a bit.
I don't expect you to get all of them, but do your best.
Oh, now is the challenge. I will get them.
And this does need to be kept secret, please.
Of course. You are in Olsvach. And she bounds out of the room and down the alley past you, James, into the dark.
I think I might have misspoke to Uggo about the way people express their love to their family. I don't think I really know how people do it normally.
It is different in different parts of Ain. Every place you express your love in a different way. I, in fact, did not even use the word love until Lily.
I'm just going to end this conversation now because I know it's just going to get worse for me. Okay, so let's see if James did the whole mind reading.
You see the door open and there's no one there. It's just, could you hurry up? It's very, very cold out there. I saw her leave. Can we go now?
Did you read her mind?
No, I couldn't see her. No, but I just sort of kept watch. No.
Oh, I thought. All right.
Oh, I would have lost my invisibility also. No. I guess I was just sort of, if anything went wrong, I was here to be a sending machine. Anyway.
I see. Well, I hope Lily and Uggo have better luck than we did, because Lelia
did not go well?
She is keeping her secrets for now. She might change her mind tomorrow, but we'll see.
Okay.
But she might be able to get our items on our list.
Yes.
Is there? I was standing out here on the street. I was wondering, could we see the High Strana from where we are? If I'm looking, getting a sort of sense of the proximity of things.
Yeah, it's dark, but the High Strana looms over Low Strana all the time. Right. I mean, it's literally above the city.
Okay. Do you want to see the city from the clock tower?
Oh yeah, that would be helpful. We're here, aren't we? Yeah.
Yes, there is nobody inside except for maybe if someone is trying to squat.
Okay, yeah. If while we're here, that'd be nice to get a lay of the land.
Jeff, I'll take them up
Okay.
my way, up into the top of the clock tower so that they can look out across all of Olsvach.
Yeah, you climb up this broken, dilapidated structure with, piles of refuse here and there, broken boards, sides of the wall that are crumpled and knocked over. There are scratches and scrawlings in the side of the wall from people, marking their territory, making their, writing their names or whatever it is. It is clearly a place that hasn't been in operation for quite a long time, but people have been up there. There are birds' nests that as you get higher, a bird squawks and flies away. And you finally get to the top. There are broken sections that you can see through the actual clock itself and out over Lostrana, the slums, the hovels all pushed together, the tight cobblestone streets. And out past that, you see the palisade, the large wall that bisects the city, the large wall that separates Lostrana from High. And atop that wall, literally above the lower part of the city, on this huge sprawling plateau, is a different kind of city altogether. Big, beautiful mansions, estates sitting up there.
Is it plateaued all around? Or does it come
it
up
has different
like
levels.
a
It's not
tiered
one
hill?
big flat. Yeah, it's a bit of a tiered hill. But you can see, it's dark and it's quite a ways away from where you are, but up over there you can see these smaller structures, and it's pretty clear that they are very, very different from this other section of the city.
I could see why if you grew up in the Lostrana, you'd be sort of bitter with that staring you in the face every day.
Blocking the sun.
Yeah.
Wait till you meet a member of the Vetch and see how they talk to you.
Do you have any idea from here where the cheesemonger's house might be? I'm straining to look.
They said they were building a new one, so my guess is it's probably over there where there's a more open area.
Okay, my night vision isn't very good, but okay.
To be clear, they said it was built. It was built quickly.
Okay.
But yeah, still, it would be in a newer section of the town.
Okay.
And it would be hard to make out individual structures at this distance, but
Sure.
you can sort of get a sense of the layout of this big sprawling. Houses are much farther away from each other than they are in the compressed, jumbled Lostrana.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite the contrast.
And I'll at least point out, like major landmarks and like where Komarov is, where his place is, and where Chernobog is, and where Charait has his place, and just kind of give you like a broad overview of, minor bits of the history of the city.
Got it. Very helpful. Okay, great. Well, Fahima and I have some more work to do tonight while she's sleeping, so we should get back.
Yes.
Meanwhile, as you guys return, Lily and Uggo.
Uggo, you
Head
wanted
out.
to talk to me about something?
Well,
We'll talk as we walk to the fence.
You're walking out. It's the middle of the night. It is dark. It's gloomy. It is it's stinky. And again, you get this sense of menace all around as these tight, narrow alleyways that you're winding between, the little rats and things crossing your path, dogs, small animals, trying to find scraps of food in the corners. It's that kind of feel.
Okay. This is good, Uggo. This will get us in character.
no. What character?
What did you want to talk to me about?
I am confused.
Oh, welcome to the party. About what?
We're having a party?
No, we are a party of people.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
Lily, what is love?
Oh, complicated,
Because-
isn't it?
It is. Because I feel like I have it for all of you, but then there seems to be this other type of love that people talk about that I don't really understand. But I think the reason I don't understand is because when someone says that type of love, I have that love for all of you.
Well, love is, it's one of those tricky things. I'll go, how would you explain your feeling about the Candle Queen, your connection?
She gives me hope that
Right.
there is more to this world.
But it's a feeling, right? It's a special feeling that you've never had. You just had it with
I
her.
have had before, just not with Candle Queen.
You've had that same feeling of hope, that you have that same connection?
Oh, hope, no. But connection and feeling of power, yes. I have that feeling when I rage.
But she gives you this special spark of hope within you. That's why you go pray to her, right?
Yes.
You don't pray to me, you don't pray to Fahima, even though maybe at times would give you hope, but it's a special kind of hope.
Well, if I think you could make me powerful, I would pray to you.
Right, but I'm just saying that feeling is a special thing. Yes?
Yes, I understand.
What I'm trying to say is love is very hard to explain because it is a special feeling that it's not really it's summed up very easily. However, and I hate to use myself as an example, but this is weird, but when you were upset at that Christmas party,
yes,
I feel like enough time has passed. Holiday party.
Stranger's fate.
Stranger's fate. You know, the Christmas party. Stranger's fate. When you were upset at Stranger's fate, why do you think you were so upset?
Mostly because it felt like Civ was not being honest with me.
That's mostly why?
Yeah, well...
You think if you dig down deep, that's really why? Or is that the surface Uggo speaking because that's the language you speak most often?
You are too smart for your own good.
No.
I cannot hide from you, Lily.
Well, I hope you're not trying.
No.
Because I found you.
Yeah. I think Uggo was upset because everyone else claimed love is singular. And love is for just one other person in life. Uggo does not feel this way.
I don't feel that way. It's not. It's just that a certain kind of love, you may only feel for one person at a time. That doesn't mean you'll only ever feel it for one person. And maybe you won't only feel it for one person at a time, and that's okay too. I mean, depending on how they feel about that gets really complicated.
Yes. I for purpose of conversation, I assume feelings are mutual. If they are not, then no conversation to have.
Right. But my point of this is, Uggo, there was something deeper down that you felt with our relationship that made you feel more upset than you would have if Civ had told James that he loved him.
No, would feel the same.
You would have felt the same way? Really?
Not now, yes.
Then?
Well, not then, because I did not have close relationship with James like I do now.
Right.
My fear,
Maybe
you make me admit things I do not want to admit out loud.
Aha, welcome to love. This is what Grammy always tells me about love. It's an acronym. Okay, and this doesn't explain what it is. It just explains once you figure it out, which is a process, Uggo. And you don't need to feel bad that you maybe don't have your finger on it right now. And if I see it happening, I'll try and let you know. But she always told me, because I hate to admit this, and I don't really tell people this, but Dumblestucks have a horrible reputation of falling in love with way too many people. So, the Dumblestuck acronym for love is learn, okay, observe, vet, and then enjoy. Okay? So you learn about the person first. And you want to understand the personality, because looks are good, but personality is better. Okay? Observe.
Yeah, well, very ugly, but very cute at the same time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Observe is see how they interact with other people, because you learn a lot about a person about how they interact with others. Because often people really show their true self when they're interacting, when they don't think anyone's watching. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. That is very important because love is kind of like alcohol in a way. It intoxicates us. And so you need to say, okay, I'm not fully feeling myself, so I need to go ask a friend how they feel about this situation. Doesn't mean your friend's always right, but it's definitely good to bounce it off a couple people that you trust.
Yes. Yes.
And then once you've done all those things, enjoy, because love doesn't always last forever, but it's really great while it lasts.
Love does last forever.
Some?
I think so.
Yeah.
If you choose it, I think it lasts forever. Mama told me.
I think what
Human
Grammy
love
was trying to
alternatives.
tell me in this particular moment when she taught me this acronym during a particularly rough heartbreak for me
Oh.
was that there is no shame in enjoying however long you had that love, even if it was short. And you can enjoy it and move on. And that's okay. And I know this doesn't exactly explain what love is, but
No,
we'll get there.
and it does not. But it gives me way to understand.
Sure.
And when I say I love all of you, I have learned of you all. I have observed all of you. I have vetted all of you.
Yep.
And I now currently enjoy every one of you.
Good listening.
And you find yourself both standing in front of this nondescript little shop as the chill bites at your neck and wrists, any place that's exposed to the open air.
Uggo.
What? Yeah, what?
I hate to cut this conversation short, but I don't think this is the conversation that the vermin had.
I think you're wrong. I think the vermin need love the most.
I didn't say I
But
don't
I
think they
understand
need to
what you
have
mean.
this
Yeah,
conversation.
just not right
I don't
now,
think
not
they
right
do.
here. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Wait,
save
wait.
it.
What's the plan?
Yeah. Great question. Civ said just to tell him that we're new vermin members, and so we're in the club, and we're couriers, or at least I'm a courier. Maybe you're my
Bodyguard. I'm
bodyguard-
definitely a bodyguard.
bodyguard,
That's
yeah.
the truth.
Yeah.
I will
That
keep
is
my
true.
mouth shut because I will not say I am vermin since I am.
The more
not
we can
that.
get to the truth with you, the better we're going to do in there.
Yeah. I
Okay.
will keep mouth shut unless I need to use maul.
Great. Civ said we shouldn't say our names, but just for the sake of this, I'm not going to call you Uggo. Don't call me Lily.
Okay, I will call you Lulu.
Okay.
And
We'll call
I am Igor.
Igor.
Yeah.
Igor and Lulu. Yeah, much more extreme. Okay, good.
Now we have plan.
Now we have a plan. Honestly, we have a name. What else do we need?
That's it.
You push open the door.
There was no one in line, right? That was something I had to check.
No one in line?
Yeah.
No, there's no one in there other than this tall, long, thin-looking creature with horns on the side of its head that bend and twist around, and he's got one of these, one of those eye monocle things that like a jeweler uses, you know, kind of strapped to his head. And he stands there and he looks as you walk in. This very, very tall. He's even taller than you, Uggo. He's almost kind of hunched over a little bit with these
Have we
bright
seen anyone like this before?
horns.
Ever?
I mean, it's a tiefling.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, we have, sure, there are other
I don't know if
races
you've
that
seen
we
a
haven't
tiefling.
seen, but yeah, okay, that's my, okay.
You've seen
Yeah.
Vic. I mean, yeah.
Right,
saw
right.
Vic
Other than
and-
Vic, right.
Yeah. And tieflings are a little more common in the north area
Okay.
here, around where Thorn is. So I don't know if it'd be super unusual to you.
Okay, great.
But you walk in and this guy's looking at something and he looks up and he says, "What can I do for you?" And that's where we're gonna go to intermission. So when we get back,
I love
this-
how there's all these conversations about love, and we're in Olsvach.
I know, right? It's all unexpected. It's a very special episode of
the
The
least
Dungeon Run.
romantic place ever.
On a
Any
very
more,
special-
baby?
We're overcompensating.
Says
We
you.
needed it.
Says you.
We needed it.
All right, so we're gonna go to intermission. Lord Adam's gonna take care of you, but we first we did get a force of good unlocked during that love section.
Yay.
We got a potato. Probably this is why from Just Jules. Thank you, Just Jules.
Wow.
Another friendly
Just
name we
Jules.
recognize. Thank you. You're amazing. We got another force of good card. I love this one. This force of good card was submitted by EC Miller 307. This is called Sea Hag's Drunk Phone Call.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Very thematic for tonight. The sea hag had too much to drink and misses her ex-saviors. Despite her friends saying not to, she calls up the Heroes of Bingle. Next time a force of evil is unlocked and states do not read until triggered, she reveals the card anyway.
Yes.
Bonus, Jeff must reveal said card in his best drunken sea hag voice.
Yes.
Oh,
That is
that's
a
so much
great
fun.
card. That is a great card.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love
Thank
it.
you,
Who did
EC
that?
Miller 307.
All right, EC Miller.
Well done.
All right,
These
so when
cards
we
are
get
so creative.
I
When we get
know.
back from our intermission, we're going to see what happens next. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Well, fear not, watchers. Our campaign will continue after a brief intermission. Right now, it's time for us to enjoy each other's company. Shouldn't we? And I must say, wait, before we continue, or any further, if you're not watching this live, I highly recommend watching it live. I may have said this before, but I'm going to say it again. Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Listen, you can live chat with me and our wonderful community, the watchers of the time stream. Also, if you haven't done so yet, please come see us on the Instagram, i.e. Insta, i.e. the gram if you're younger. What, Milo? I said it already. We're good. We're at the Dungeon Run. Let me try that again. At the Dungeon Run. Right? Hold on. I'm getting a question here from Druid Otter. Or was it? That's not a question. There's no question there at all. Oh, no, it's from your past decisions. Do you know the Oblodra? I can't read. I need my glasses. Milo, fetch my glasses. Oblodra family. Well, no, I don't. Not specifically. Unless, well, there was a family I did know once, but I want to say that the Bloodrodra, perhaps similar, or maybe lived in the same village. I don't know. I'll look into it. All right. I was going to say something else. Yes. By the way, here's a tip from me to you. Go to caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run and follow the show. Do it now. See the star? Click it. You'll get a reminder when we're live. That's Wednesday nights. Melchior asks, how is your New Year's, Erevan? I'll tell you, Melchior. I had no idea that there was a new year, because that evening passed the same way that the evening prior and the evening following passed, which was me sitting in my room chair, enjoying a nice, savory, Manhattan-styled brain cocktail, though it had nothing but brain juice in it, you see. So that's what I did. I hope yours was good, everyone. And I should say, Milo wanted to wish everyone a very happy new year. So just so you know. You mean everything's not magically perfect now that it's 2021, says Abigator Frenzy. No, it's great. Was there a problem? What's going on? Lord Ereban, well, I'm here to let you know you are the father of many young tadpoles? Who knows? How was Milo's New Year's Eve? Let me ask. Milo, how was your New Year's Eve? I have to read his mind. He's not actually speaking. Just so you all know, he doesn't speak. He thinks, but his thinking is very dodgy. So I have to do a lot of interpreting to get that thinking from inside of his brain through my brain to you. So let me ask. And I'm going to say it out loud so that you can see me asking him, though I'm really using psionics to speak with him, okay? Hopefully that's not confusing. Milo, how was your New Year's? He wants to eat fishes. All right? He wants to eat fishes now, is what he's saying. Oh, Swedish fish. I'm sorry. It's candy, of course. He wants to have his Swedish fish now, okay? Yes, Milo, you can have your Swedish fish, but I'm asking you very quickly, and this is what the Time Watchers want to know, the watchers of the time stream. How was your New Year's? You hate Lord Ereban. All right, well, let's just continue on. Maybe we should ask some other questions. Have you been working out, Lord Ereban? Looking a bit svelte, mate, says Voss Voyager. Yes, as a matter of fact, I have. I started with the, there's a program that I'm using now. It's an app on my iPhone, my new iPhone, I should say. And it tells me what to do, and it's very good. It says to me, stand up, and I do. And then it says, sit down, and I do. And then it does that again and again until I'm tired, and I turn the phone off, of course. What does that orb to your left do, says Leosin. I hope I'm saying that name right. The orb. Oh, yes. Well, you would actually need to be here in order for me to show you. I can explain it, but it's very difficult because it shows you your life in a flash. You see. Milo, stop snapping. My goodness, making so much noise. All you need to do is put your forefinger, well, if you're human, your forefinger, if you're any other being, whatever your main finger is, you touch your finger to the orb, and with a flash, it will show you your whole entire life. Milo is not allowed to touch it because I touched it once and I know what happens, unfortunately. We should continue on. This is ridiculous. That's what it does, nonetheless. Lord Ereban, are those pearls behind you? They bring out your eyes. They certainly are. And they were gotten in a very, very dank location in the Underdark many, many years ago. And I strung those together myself for Lady Arabana, who's no longer with us, of course. May she rest her weary tentacles in peace. Fireflame 7, Lord Ereban, is the hellfire, is that heel fire behind you? I assume you mean hellfire. However, it sounds funny when I say heel fire. So I'm going to just assume you meant heel fire. Kidding. Is it hellfire? Yes, it's hellfire. Lord Ereban, what's your favorite TDR ship? As in boat? As in seafaring vessel? Because if that's the question, it's my own, which you have yet to see. It is a yogurt. Musk stick addict. A yogurt. Say ha-ho. Shirt? Yes, shirt. I'm wearing a shirt. And you should too. Unless, of course, you don't feel like wearing a shirt, in which case, don't wear a shirt. Dragon Rose, yogurt is better. I agree. Though I can't eat it. I am highly lactose intolerant. Brandy, you have a ship and a yogurt. Yes, I have both. Your past decisions, send me a mental image of your ship. Okay? Your past decisions, I've done so. I hope you enjoy. Don't tell anyone, though. That's between you and me. Lord Ereban, have you ever been to Mount Celestia on the Far Realm before? Every summer. Fireflame. Not Fireflame. Who asked that? Druid Order. Yes. Every summer. Brandy, do you like Jell-O? Brain Jell-O, yes. Unsweetened. No aspartame, please. because that will make me very ill. All right. Thank you for all of the questions. Now, as per request, I'm going to read you some information. Now, when I say read it to you, I mean on the prompter that is sitting before my eyes, that is controlled by the one and only Milo. Milo, please do not screw this up. Here we go. No one requested it, says Grave Witch. Well, guess what? You're going to get it anyways. Unless you want talking to me, in which case, continue having your own conversation with whomever you're having it with. Throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. That's how the dungeon run works. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase any of our unique props. If you love the show, you can show love. You see those balloons there? When you click on that give button there on the bottom? Those balloons, those are love balloons. Oh, yes. Love balloons, baby. And if you show love, like Rio Lancelot just did, or Abigail Frenzy, or Silly, then Jeff may see those and may read your name out during the game showing you some love. But these don't just show love, no. You see, they are support for your team, whether that's Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil. Yes! We have 2 balloons, gold balloons for Team Force of Good and purple balloons for Team Force of Evil. The choice is up to you. Are you good or are you evil? I know what I am. I'm everything. Head to toe. Perfect. And slick, because I spritz very often to keep myself moist. If I don't, I dry out and get sick. You can choose to support Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil with the 2 balloons. Gold balloons for Team Force of Good and purple balloons for Team Force of Evil. Choice is up to you. But now they count towards the Force cards. Both Force of Good and Force of Evil cards are triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil fill up their balloon counts. So, as certain thresholds are met, a Force card will be given to a team. And yes, those potatoes, those fat potato. Someone told me the other day, it's not potato. I've been getting it wrong this entire time, and I apologize. It's potato. But I don't care. I'm going to continue saying potato. All right? I hope you agree. Or at least accept. The potato-y props are unique. You can give those to Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil as well. Yellow for good, purple for evil. They are each equivalent to 120 balloons for their respective side, but at a much better value. And who doesn't love a deal? I know I do. And I know you do too, even if you say you don't. Even if you're one of those who goes, you know what, I don't like deals. I like paying full price. You're wrong. You'd take a deal if you could get it, just as I do. Each week, when I order Milo's food basket. Okay, continue. If you want, by the way, there are... So, now I was going to say something else, then I'm going to come back. Well, hold on, listen. I got very distracted. There are 10 Force of Good cards and 10 Force of Evil cards. All right? That can be triggered each episode. And we will show you a status update so that you know how close we are to the next card. Any leftover progress will carry over to the next show. So please continue to submit your Force cards. If you don't know where to do that, I'm going to tell you right now, because I did see someone had asked that earlier. Here's where. Ready? Get your pencils and pens down, or get out your tablets, or whatever it is you use to take notes, and write the following. thedungeonrun.fandom.com. Go there, and you can submit an idea for a Force card, and we may use it on the show. And if we do, you will be famous. Almost as famous as me. Because I'm famous in certain circles. Now, continue. You could also bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage, the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest value. That's a good thing. Those are very valued by our team. Or, should you choose to be a little more evil, you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has an advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. Because they lost. Quite literally, it's bad because they were disadvantaged, you see. It makes sense if you logically go through the process. Advantages or disadvantages can only be given to players or the DM. When given to a player, you must specify who at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. Who out there knows what that's like? The Carson. I'm calling on you. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to say your name. You're now famous. At least for the next few moments. Because Carson, the Carson, did not tell me who he wanted to give his advantage to, so I asked him. I did. And I gave him an opportunity to give me an answer, in which case that was not what I said I was going to do, because I normally make the choice for you. But listen, I did it, in this case, for the Carson, because the Carson has been with us for a long time, and we appreciate you. Last but not least, we have Milo's Bowl. Some people know a lot about that. Some people like Chef Scott, 68. Yeah! Okay. Let's just take a quick break here and say to Hunt Society Games, well played. But you know who I'm giving that to. Jeff. Because I'm on the side of the team. I like it. Note that one, Milo. Hunt Society Games wants to give a disadvantage to Jeff. Directly. All right, Chef Scott, here's the deal. You know as well as I do, you've never been invited back, or even invited in the first place. Actually, I should say, completely uninvited from the ASSS party. That is Ereban Super Special Shindig, which happens once every millennia. That's right, once a millennia. There's only one chance. And if you're not coming this time, you're out. And you're out! We can talk about it later, but as of now, you're out. I do love you, but I also hate you at the same time. Lastly, for all things Dungeon Run, I'm not even going to go over the Milo's Bowl thing. I'm done with it. I don't want to talk about it. I want to think about it. For all things Dungeon Run, head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. There you will find more information on our characters, Dungeon Run merch, and the link to the Dungeon Run Discord, where you can join. And when I say join, I mean become a part of the most wonderful community on the whole internet, the community of watchers. Join them. Please, really do. And you can upload your fan art there and submit force cards as well. That's at thedungeonrun.fandom.com. And to those who have already submitted, I see you and I thank you. And I love you. Paladin D20 wants to know, Lord Ereban, the what? The what is the question I have for you. The what? Think on that. Oh, what is love? Yes, Fireflame 7. I have no idea. I was just watching the first part of the show, you see, before the interruption. I like to call it the interruption, not the intermission. And then I'll be gone. I'll get out of your hair. But I want to say this. I have no idea what it is, because Lily Dumblestock had the most perfect explanation for what love must be and is, and I have never felt it before, except for Lady Arabana once, for a little while. I was very inebriated on brain cocktails. So, I'll have to figure it out, I'm not sure. That being said, I want to thank all of you who shared tonight's show. If you haven't, I ask you to please do so. Hashtag the dungeon run. And remember, we are on the gram, the Instagram. So check us out there as well. Now, tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. That friend, if they tell a friend, then the entire world knows. That's how simple it is, folks. Remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversations around the game. But for now, it's time that we rejoin our adventure.
I said hello, welcome back to the show.
Heard it.
I'm the guy who made it. Hey, thank you, Lord Araban. We have lots of love coming in from the audience over the break and beforehand, including balloons from the Wookiee King, Dungeon Run, yay! Melman 2002, Dr. Satan 666, Vuthavith, Chef Scott 68, Lord Helm Smasher, Dondo Charisma.
Whoa!
Dondo Charisma.
I love it.
That's pretty great. Just Jules, clever watchers of the time stream we have, and very generous and kind as well. Thank you all for that.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so we pick up where we left off as Lily and Uggo walk into the fences shop, and you see this very tall tiefling looks up at you and says, "What can I do for you?" We've not seen you before. Come closer, come closer. We are closed. What can I do for you?
We need to make an exchange.
What do you want to exchange? As I said, we are normal business hours are closed now.
Well, normal business hours is for normal business, which this is not.
Ah.
I'll just pull out the littlest chunk of gold and plop it in front of him. Is there a counter?
Yes, there's a
Okay.
counter there. He looks, observes it, doesn't touch it, looks at it, pulls the little eyepiece down and looks at it. What would you like me to do with these?
Perhaps exchange it?
This is unrefined gold.
And unmarked.
Where did you come across this?
The less we know, the better, right?
Ah. I've never seen you in my shop before.
Likewise, I've never been in here.
Who are you?
Listen, if we start getting into names and stuff, I'm gonna have to invite you over and introduce you to my family, and I don't want to have to do that. Let's keep this professional, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I have many oddities here for your perusal. What would you like to exchange this for?
Coin.
Raw gold for
Coin.
coinage. Well, it's very difficult for me to spend raw gold, but I can spend coin very easily.
Okay, so you don't want it?
I did not say this.
Well, it just seems like that's what you're implying. Listen, I'm a courier. I'm new, and I don't really have time to...
A carrier for whom? Ah, yes. You are the material girl.
Yeah. That's what they call me.
God.
No.
Ah,
Canon now. It's canon.
well. I want to go further so bad, but I'm gonna resist. I'm gonna
You
resist.
seem frozen, sir.
Yes. This is all of it you have?
This is a start.
A start. Oh, yeah.
I was just seeing if this was even an option, which it seems like it may not be, based on your hesitation.
No, I like this. I will give you 10 gold for this piece.
Nah, can't do it. Thank you for the offer. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you for coming in here. You may tell the vermin that you failed.
Okay. And you can tell whoever your boss is that I would take this for 25 or nothing.
This is a tiny piece of unrefined gold, and this very dirty. It takes much effort for me to melt it down and get anything spendable.
What do you have to do?
What do I have to do? I have to get all of the unusable bits out of the gold. Yeah, of course you don't have to.
Well, I mean, it seems
I
like
give
it's
you
just gonna melt
20.
it down. I guess I could do that.
20 gold is my final offer for this piece.
I said 25. Listen, I'm a courier. If I go back with less than that, I'm gonna die. So if I go back and say I failed, I go back with less.
This does not bother me. Your death does not bother me.
Well, it bothers me. 1 second. Let me talk to my bouncer. Go.
Would you like some water? I have water here. Some water here. Is some water for you, please?
Thank you, kind tiefling. I just had a cough in my throat.
Anyway, my friend might stay behind for a little bit if that doesn't bother you.
The orc stays behind. Is this what you're saying?
Yeah.
Are you threatening me, Vermin?
No? Is that a threat? Just stay in your shop? It is a shop, is it not?
We are closed, as I pointed out when you entered here.
Well, you seemed interested in what I had. And I have more.
Oh, now I am interested. This is a small piece, but you have more. You have much more.
Yes. Much more. But again, I cannot sell it for less than what it is worth. So.
Yes. Sorry. More.
So, 25 for this small piece, and if you can do that, then we can talk about the larger pieces that I have with
Perhaps
me.
I should deduct the cost of the water.
Okay, so 24.75.
I can return it to you if you would like.
Okay,
What is the hang-up?
25, and we do further business with the other larger pieces that you indicate that you have.
Mm-hmm. I mean, loyalty is very important to the Vermin. I'm sure you know this.
He reaches under the table and drops a stack of 25 gold coins on it.
I'll
Gives-
attempt to do this cool thing, but it's much too big to do that with. Just hand it
Just
him.
clonk on the table. Please give the cheesemonger my regards.
I will. You know, I have more where that came from, but I brought these 2 other pieces with me tonight if you want to.
You are wasting my time. Why not just show me all you have at the beginning?
Excuse me, no offense, sir. I know this is your shop, but you were the one who went from 10 to 25 in your offer. So whose time was wasted?
I do not like you.
I do. Wow.
Listen, nobody likes me. That's why I'm the courier, okay?
Yeah, nobody likes her.
It's the worst job.
She is the worst at it.
Even my bouncer talks to me like that.
He, again, pulls that jeweler's eyepiece. There's a name for those things. I don't remember what it is. Anyway.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know what
Pulls
it's called
that
either.
eyepiece down and he peers at the largest of the 3. I will give you 100 for both of these.
Well, it was a pleasure doing business with you for the one.
Why are you doing this? Don't
Because
play
you do
games.
this. You know what you're doing. You have this thing. This thing, this thing shows the worth. This thing proves to me that you, when you look and you say that insulting price, it proves to me when you do this, don't use this and maybe I would have trusted that, but once you use this, it insults me. Because this proves to me you know the value of those things, okay?
I know the value of this thing because this is dwarven gold. And I don't know how you procure dwarven gold in the middle of a war with the orcs. And I do not want to involve myself in the intermingling of warring factions. Even I have my limits of risk.
I'll give you these 2 pieces of gold. No more questions for 150.
150. You insult
Coin.
me.
You already insulted me, so I guess we're even.
He looks at it one more time.
Okay, you're just digging your own grave, buddy.
Roll me a persuasion check. You have advantage from Forest Elf 86, countered by Grim Faded.
Persuasion.
Okay. Wait, do I get a reroll?
There's cards.
You have the card, yeah.
We have.
You may use a different skill as the card that one of the cards.
Oh
you
no,
opened
I don't
today.
need it.
You
I
get
got,
to-
I
you
got
get
it.
to-
Never mind. I don't know. I have a 20. It's 20.
20. All right. 150 for these 2, but I want you to personally tell the cheesemonger that he is putting me in a very difficult position, taking dwarven gold with the orcs coming here. Yes, orcish friends, please.
listen.
I don't know how you got these. I don't know which dwarves you killed, but I do not want to know.
Let me tell you something. If I come back with this good price that you have given me, and I say he was good, he was loyal, he didn't try to take advantage of us, I'll leave out this situation, then you are almost guaranteed more business, okay?
Okay.
We both win. I know you don't like me. Personally, I do like you, and that's something I have to work through on my own.
You see him counting gold pieces, looking up at you, counting more gold pieces, putting it in a little sack, cinching it tight, and dropping it on the table. Thank you for your business.
Great night. I hope you sleep well.
You
Your
turn
horns
and
are
leave.
handsome.
Thank you very much, Orc.
I think we're gonna stay in this town forever.
Seems
this
like
is
it.
going great.
All right. So, that having accomplished that, Uggo and Lily make their way back through those darkened streets, back to
Dang.
the Moose and Squirrel.
Jeff, I googled
Tavern.
it. It's called a loop.
A loop.
A loop.
Loop is a loop is a loop. All right.
LOUP.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Learn
Oh,
something new every day.
Lily, I just realized what love is.
What?
It's a battlefield.
Oh. I guess for orcs it is, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah, very much so.
Oh man.
Big Pet Benatar fans, the orcs.
All right, so you guys make your way back to the inn. It is quite late at this point, quite dark, and you make your way back in. I think we have more business to do at night. Yes.
Yes, Fahima, if you want to come in my room so we don't disturb Lily.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So this is probably gonna be a little weird, but you can.
Today has been weird, so just add it to the list.
Yeah, for sure. You can control where you are when you're there, like I had us on the beach, you know, and so you can sort of create you're the messenger, so to speak.
Okay.
And so even though I'll be here concentrating on the spell, you're largely in control of it. It can last up to 8 hours if you like. I'll be here, not sleeping, you know, but yeah.
Okay. And I don't need to do anything to participate. You just cast it upon me.
When you fall asleep, and then you go into his, and I cast the spell and send you as the messenger into his dream, basically.
Okay. And what if he's not asleep?
It'll normally wait until he is asleep.
Okay.
So if he isn't the entire time, then I guess we're just, you know, out of luck. But yes, if, you know, maybe it'll be an hour or something. It's a little later, so hopefully it already is.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'm nervous. Nervous to
It'll be
talk
good.
to my own dad.
I think it'll be the first time he's seen you in a while, and you have a lot to talk about. Is there anything you want to talk about beforehand?
I'm gonna see him like I saw you.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah. She'll hug James. Thank you. I don't know what's come over me. I'm sorry.
You've been through quite a lot since you've seen him last, so.
Yeah.
But it's gonna. He'll be so proud of you.
Thanks, James.
Of course.
Good night.
Good night.
She lays down on your bed.
Meep,
On
you
her
better
back.
be quiet.
And James sort of stands there looking at you as you.
I'll just sit in a chair trying not to be a total creep as she
Yeah.
falls asleep.
Just waiting for you to fall asleep. That's all he has to do is wait for you to fall asleep.
You can't make that not creepy.
Don't mind me.
Cannot do that.
Just sitting there waiting for the moment when you fall asleep. And
Sleep yet? No,
can't
no.
do anything until you're asleep. And then you're out. James, do you want to tell me where she is?
I think it's up to the messenger, so it's up to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fahima, where are you? What does the dream look like?
We are in our basement menagerie that Fahima and her dad had in their little house in Axbright growing up. A comfy space with maroons and velvet greens and sun lamps here and there that twinkled with daylight appropriately for each animal or creature, monster. And it just feels like a zoo, but a cute zoo, a good zoo, one that you want to be in.
And you first notice the clucking, the chirping, the movement, subtle little movements of animals in their cages, in their little confines where you keep track of them in your basement menagerie. You hear that sound, that lovely sound that you heard so many times as a kid. And there, sitting in his comfy chair, tall, with those sharp angled features, his dark hair graying at the temples, unmistakably your dad, Conroy. You heard his voice through the sand, but this is the first time that you've seen him in quite a while.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Firecracker.
Wow, it's been a long time. And she'll run over to him and jump into his lap and give him a huge hug.
This is a strange sensation.
Yes, it's a dream. I believe you met my friend James.
I spoke to him, yes.
Yes. Well, he's been so kind as to cast the spell again so that I could speak with you.
The dream spell it is.
I'm glad I caught you asleep.
Yes.
Can you tell me where you are now? Now that we're not being listened in upon?
I am far to the west, Fahima. Past the mountains of Pash. I have been able to find many of the things that I hoped I would. But things have gotten much more dangerous for me of late.
I could help. Things are dangerous for me too. I've really learned a lot.
You do look much different. I did not know if that was just a quality of the dream.
Well, I also haven't seen you in, what, over a year?
Firecracker. It was never my intention to leave you alone for so long. Things have gotten out of control on a number of fronts. I am worried you are in danger. The last time we spoke through the sands, you acted strangely.
Yes, I do you know who the Ashen Mage is, Calcutta Theed?
I have heard the name.
She is a powerful mage, and she had taken me captive under the guise of me being her apprentice, and she was listening in, so I wanted to give her at least a little bit to seem as though I was trying. I wasn't betraying her.
Are you sure she isn't watching you now? I have felt many times that that it is possible I am being scryed upon.
It is possible. I did feel a bit of a tingle. I am seeking a scroll of non-detection.
Wise. I have taken great measures to protect myself as well, but the only way she could be scrying on me or anyone is if she has something that I hold dear. And that worries me greatly, Fahima.
Something that you hold dear. An item of yours?
Perhaps.
Well, anyone could just break into our home and exploit now that no one's there.
Which is why I did not want you to leave, Fahima. But you have left, and that is where we are.
I wish you would have told me. Had I known that staying there would have protected you, I would have stayed.
There is much you need to know.
Well, she's looking for you, Dad. And I'm afraid she's going to find you before I find you.
Yes.
She wants to figure out exactly what you wished for. And I know that that's sort of a tricky topic that we don't really talk about. It's kind of something, that we don't really mention.
Firecracker.
But I think that I need to know what really happened. I think I deserve to know what really happened.
You do deserve to know. It is a secret. And I am not the one who keeps it.
The wish?
Yes. You must find the secret keeper. Fahima, there is so much for you to learn. And I want to tell you in person. But there are things outside even my control. I am so close to Fahima. So close to finding the warden. I know you don't believe in them, but
I do. We found the Cyclone Warden. We found the Inferno Warden, the Typhoon Warden.
the what?
I've met them. Do you know about the Fifth Warden?
You
know about the Fifth Warden?
I do. Fahima, that knowledge is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Did you tell Calcutta Theed about the Fifth Warden?
No. I didn't speak of the wardens. I didn't write about it in my diary. I was very careful.
I am so close to finding the fourth. The Quake Warden.
Okay, well, we have to save other parts of the world at the moment, but that's on the list.
I'm worried for what is known. Fahima, you must protect yourself.
I will.
I have spoken to your friends. And they seem to be aligned in their thinking. Trust them.
I do.
Assemble those around you that you can trust.
I do.
And protect yourself.
Do you have the same, Dad? Because you always seem to go it alone.
There are few I can trust now. I will explain it all to you when I see you in person.
When will you see me in person, Dad? You can't just keep saying that over and over again. I'll come home soon. I'll write you soon. I'll see you soon. It's not happening, Dad.
I wrote you every time. I wrote you again and again.
I didn't get your letters. Don't you think the powerful wizard that you are, all of the spells that you know, you couldn't have just ensured that that your only daughter received your message? It's not fair.
It would surely take a powerful wizard to intercept my letters.
I'm sorry, I don't want to get mad. I love you. And I know that you're doing what you feel is best.
Fahim, I love you too. More than you know. Things are delicate, and it is not my place to... I have been entrusted with things that are beyond me. I don't know how to explain this in a way that will not anger you.
Try?
Find the secret keeper. Find him.
You said that to James.
Because it is important.
How will you find me if I can't find you?
We won't find each other. You will find the secret, and the secret will lead you to me.
Okay. Okay. What do you know about the Aarakocra in Pash?
You know, I lived in the mountains of Pash for a time. Did I ever tell you that story?
Well, you've mentioned it, certainly. I'd love to hear more.
A story for another time, perhaps. But the Aarakocra are very secretive as well. They do not like to intermingle with the people low on the mountain.
Are you friends with the Aarakocra?
Very much so.
Really?
Yes.
How much time did you spend with them?
A lifetime.
Did you have a family?
No.
Just you living a lifetime with Aarakocra?
Fahima. There is so much, but a dream is not the place to tell you. And I don't know what danger I might put you in by just speaking in this manner.
Okay, can you please just answer, or just advise me on one more thing?
Of course.
When I was apprenticing for the Ashen Mage, she taught me new spells, and I've been afraid to use them. Because I don't know what she can, how she's connected to those spells. It just feels a bit dirty to use them.
What kind of spells, Fahima?
Well, there's actually a cool one that I haven't showed my party yet. It's called Water Shape, and water form, and you turn into sort of a puddle of water, and you can go anywhere you like.
Like the Typhoon Warden.
Yes, exactly. Seems she's harnessed their power and created spells out of them. It's very interesting.
Fahima. The time has come for you to outpace even my teaching.
No, that's not possible.
It was always going to happen, Fahima. You are far more powerful than I could ever hope to be.
No, that's not true. That's not.
It is true, Fahima. You are important. And you must trust yourself. Look inward. The answers are only there. I can no longer provide solutions.
Not even advice? Beyond that?
My advice is to trust yourself. It pains me to leave you alone, to face these dangers alone. I never intended it to be this way. But there are gears in motion.
Are you afraid?
Very much. And that is not something to shy away from. Fear is to be embraced. Without fear, there can be no courage. And I need you to be courageous, Fahima. We will meet again in person.
I will find the secret keeper. And I
I know
will
that
find
you
you.
will.
And hey, maybe... maybe we'll turn the fairy tales on their heads and I'll save you.
Fahima. Trust.
I'm learning.
I trust you will.
I love you, Dad.
I love you. But it is time for me to wake.
Okay.
And do what must be done.
Thank you. Thank you for everything that you've given me and taught me. And I will find you.
I hope you will say those same words. When you know the truth. When your dream ends.
Whoa.
I'm sitting in a chair with my arcane focus in one hand and a book in the other, just sitting there next to the bed.
James.
Yes?
Wow.
You all right?
I feel like I haven't slept a wink.
Sorry.
I'm all right. Well, he was there, and he iterated that we needed to find the secret keeper,
Okay.
and he said that he spent a lifetime with the Aarakocra.
Fascinating. I don't even know what that could mean, but that's certainly...
Cash?
Yes.
Well, it means I could have been wished for while he was with them.
Right.
And if the baby was taken by the Aarakocra...
Right.
I don't... No,
It's the puzzle pieces are not quite fitting yet, but there's more of them, and that's good. That's always good.
Maybe he was there at the same time as the baby.
Could be. If it was elven, like Muricis, they seem to live quite a long time. So,
What?
are you all right?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. I got a bit angry at him because he's still so secretive and won't tell me everything, and I just
Why? Why do you think he's?
Well, he thinks he's being watched, and he thinks that I might be being watched, which is probably true. He's just being precautious.
See how that could get frustrating, though.
Yeah. But he told me to trust, and to trust you all. And I do. And disturbingly, he told me that I am more powerful than him at this point, which could just be a dad telling his daughter he believes she could do anything, but it might be true. I don't know.
Might be true, yeah. You're very powerful. You've been through a lot recently, and I'm struggling with this new friendship thing because I didn't have a lot of close friends for a long time, and so I don't quite know how to. I feel like I shouldn't pry, but I also want to make sure that you know that I'm, yeah. If there's anything you want to talk about,
Thank you.
Of course.
I think I'm an open book with you, James. I tell you everything.
Thank you.
Other than the new spell that the Ashen Mage taught me.
Oh.
If you want to see it.
Yes.
My dad said to trust my gut, so
Okay.
I think it's okay.
Okay.
She harnessed the power of the Typhoon Warden and created sort of a water spell.
Okay.
And Fahima will get up from the bed so she doesn't wet the bed and walk over to the floor.
Wise.
Does this have any verbal elements? I'm looking at my sheet here. It's yes, verbal, somatic, and material. So she will cast the spell and goosh into water.
Whoa!
Her entire form becomes translucent and watery, and you see her sort of have a difficulty staying in one place. She kind of wants to move downhill a bit.
Yeah. There could be cracks in the floor. Be careful. Can you hear me? Is there a way that you can? Oh my, wow, this is something.
Bloop, bloop.
Okay. All right. Wow.
There's some half orc in the room down below who's like, hey! Hey!
They always give me the worst room.
Leaky roof.
Amazing.
And she'll drop it and turn back into herself.
This water's warm.
Yeah. And you can see and hear while you're.
Yes, I just can't hold anything or cast spells.
Talk.
That's fair.
Or talk.
Right. That's very interesting. Can you control your shape though, and how you move?
Well, I have movement. It's slow, but it's just like water. It's how I escaped the Ashen Mage's lair, in fact.
Wow.
I got through cracks and doors, and that's how I found her teleportation symbols and copied them down to learn them.
That sounds very stressful.
Well, it's also terrifying to think that she can harness the motes, the power of the wardens to create spells like this.
Yes.
What could she create with the Quake Warden? It's terrifying.
I don't know. We seem to be on a level playing field as far as number of wardens that we've discovered, so yeah.
James, that dream was the greatest gift you could have ever given me. And she'll give him a little peck on the cheek to give everybody a kiss tonight. Everybody gets a kiss tonight.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
And I'm here for you too.
Thank you.
Should you need to let anything out.
I'm trying to release things in smaller, you know all the big things. So I mean,
And I do
more as
know
they-
about the vomiting, which might be the most embarrassing thing that you've ever said. So
Very true. Very true.
I'm glad you didn't vomit just now. Just how I know that you don't.
I wasn't. I wasn't. She was the one who threw up on my shoes.
Oh, wasn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just glad there's no vomit in general.
Right. But no, there was vomit then. Yes, certainly.
Yes, okay.
No. Yes. I'm glad we got
Right.
that straight.
All right, I'm gonna go to sleep for real now. Okay.
Great.
I'm gonna go back
All
to
right.
my bed.
So I think that concludes our evening activities, unless anybody else has anything else before bed. It is very late.
Yeah.
It's like almost dawn.
Yeah, you
pretty
guys,
much.
you guys having a long night. But speaking of dawn, as dawn breaks early, you see as you guys wake from your long rest and head down into the main tavern part of the Moose and Squirrel, you see a very hungover Kelso and the rest of them, Lelia, Chesh, and Gorky, waiting for you, ready to make their way up into the Blue Mountain. Curso is he looks a little he definitely looks hungover. He looks a little slow. I mean, this is not a guy who's unused to being hungover, so he's handling it pretty well. But you see him, he looks at Uggo as you enter the room, and then kind of refuses to look at you for the rest of the time, and he says, "Sivraka, are you ready to go?"
Yes. Did you want some breakfast or
We
something?
ate already.
You sure I could ask for sausage or
Fine.
potatoes?
I'm fine. Don't mock me.
Do you want a little hair of the dog?
Stop. I don't need your japes.
Gross. Why
All
would
right,
you want to
then.
eat hair of a dog? That sounds gross.
Give me one of your morning specials with the egg in the tomato in the drink.
I want to be sober to bury my friend. Do not mock me.
I'll just walk over to him and hand him a little flask that I have of pre-made Grammy Dumblestuck hangover cure.
Nice.
What? You have that?
I've given it to you before.
Yeah, she's used it much
She
time.
has.
He smells it. Smells sweet. That's good. All right,
Shall we?
let's go.
And I'll lead him out.
All right, so Civ leads all of you to the north edge of town, through more narrow cobblestone streets, dilapidated buildings, and squalid conditions. As your boots clop on the stone, rats scurry in corners, and the cold bites at your faces. Dirty water pools in gutters, and the smells vary from place to place, but they are never pleasant. Smoky, thick, dirty smells that mix and mingle in your nose. Everything feeling heavy. Eventually you get to the north side of the city wall, pinched between the sides of rising buildings. And Civ, you look for a spot that you remember behind some broken barrels and a stack of bricks. And you pull at the debris, and there you see it, still there. That small crack, that seam in the wall. The rest of you see Civ squeeze his way into this crevice and out the other side beyond. Kelso goes through, Lelia, Chesh, and Gorky go through. Each of you has to push through this little crevice to get past it.
Oh, do you need a little help?
Except for Lily. Lily's just
Lily
like,
has
what?
no problem at all. Yeah.
Walks right through.
Lily dances her way through. So you're all officially outside the boundary of Olsvach now. And ahead of you to the north, the elevation rises sharply. The mountain plateaus a vise pressing up against that large city wall. And you can already see that trick of the light creating a beautiful blue color on the surface of the smooth rock face. And it is a hike. Civ strides out ahead, his feet catching footholds the rest of you struggle to find. The nature of the ground here is unusual, hard, flat rock, rubbed smooth from wind and snow runoff, almost completely devoid of grass or shrubbery. It's actually a bit slippery and difficult to traverse, and as the altitude increases, it gets colder. Nothing to protect you from the wind. Everybody roll, except Civ, everybody roll an athletics check, please. Fahima, you have advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Fail Waffle. James, you have advantage from Funky G Macman, countered by Ouroboros 43. Uggo, you have advantage from Hadrian X, countered by Fail Waffle. And Lily, you have advantage from Red Robin, countered by Grim Faded.
I got a nat 20.
Whoa! Lily is having no problem scampering up the side of
continuing
this
dancing.
mountain. Yeah.
Even at -1, I got a 17.
Okay.
16.
Anybody get below a 10? No?
I got
16?
a 14.
Okay. So you're all making your way up this, and eventually you see pockets of thin winter trees, some grasping onto hanging patches of ice. And then, miraculously, you arrive at a plateau. And all of a
Am I
sudden,
able to tell? I'm so sorry. Am
Go
I
ahead,
able
please.
to tell what makes the mountain blue?
yeah, it is a sort of, I mean, what it appears to be is a reflection of the sun rising and bouncing off the surface of this very, very smooth, flat mountainside, very, very plain and sort of rubbed smooth, almost like petrified rock or petrified, it's very smooth and reflective. And the light sort of bounces off that and then bounces off the wall of the city. And there's some effect that sort of catches whatever the wall was made out of and creates this blue effect of the light.
James definitely almost trips as he's looking at that, like studying it as he's walking. Like,
So all of a sudden, when you arrive on this plateau, you notice that the ground is softer. There is greenery and life. The soil has plants and rocks and trees. It's still devilishly cold up here, but it's like you found a pocket of sustainable beauty amidst this pale, unbroken stone. And standing there, looking out over Olsvach, you have this incredible view of the city. You, James and Fahima, you saw this to a certain extent last night when you climbed the clock tower, but it was dark and you weren't quite as high up as you are now. So you get an even better view of High Strana. And the rising half of this metropolis looms over the dark and grimy slums you've been in, where the buildings are lavish and bright, sprawling estates with statues and water features. They're tiny from this distance, but again, that contrast between the two halves of Olsvach is unmistakable, with the giant palisade cutting the city in twain, separating the haves from the have-nots. And all around you, reflecting off of that smooth, light stone of the mountains, is this blue tint, like a lovely, warm watercolor painting. You see Curso and the others joining you on that plateau, their heads down, Curso's long blonde hair pulled back into a tight knot. They look at Civ.
Is this the spot you were thinking?
I nod and I put my hand on a moderately sized spruce tree that's probably struggling to grow up out of the rock. Yes, this is where we would come. And I reach into the bag of holding and I pull out some pickaxes that I bought from the dwarves, and I hand one to Uggo. I hand one to Curso. I hand one to Gorky. And then I take one. And I start digging.
And Curso and Gorky, without saying a word, just silently start joining in. And it takes several minutes hitting at this hard surface, breaking it up, digging into it, until finally the four of you have a fairly deep humanoid-sized hole.
And I just look out at the city for a moment, and then I turn around and I grab Lily's hand, and then I open the bag of holding. Can you help me? And with her help, I'm going to pull Vic out for the last time.
And Lily and Civ reach into the bag of holding and pull out this form wrapped in rags and discarded disguise pieces, and pull it out and lay it in the dirt hole.
Uggo retrieves a couple of candles from his pack and begins laying them around where they've dug on the dirt outside of the grave. You all ready, friend?
I look at Curso and the rest of them. Did any of you want to say anything before he does his ceremony?
Gorky looks at Chesh and Lelia, and Curso says, I do. I forget how beautiful the city looks from up here. Not the Hystrana that is ugly to my eye, but the beautiful place where we live. Lostrana, look at it. You can see all the people on top of one another, next to one another, living shoulder to shoulder, cheek to cheek. It is a sight up here, is it not? Sivrek. I loved her. Anyone who met her loved her. She was a great thief. The best. She stole my heart. And I will never get it back. I will never forgive the cheesemonger for sending her away from here. For setting in motion the events that led to... And Sivarak, I do not know the role you played. I do not want to know. I want to believe that you and I could not have done anything to prevent this.
I tried.
I wish the cheesemonger had picked me. Or you. Instead. Maybe that's what your loyalty test was about. I don't know. He steps forward and looks down in the hole. Vic. My beautiful blade. Sharp and dangerous. May you rest here in the Blue Mountains at peace forevermore. And he reaches down and he grabs a clod of dirt and some rocks and he tosses it in there. And steps back.
James will step forward. We met as enemies, but we said goodbye as allies. I like to think that we are all better than the worst things we've ever done. And you seem to have had several people who cared for you a great deal. Goodbye.
Anyone else?
Gorky shakes his head and Chesh shakes his head and Lelia. steps forward and just puts her hand down and whispers something under her breath and then steps back.
Lee will just step forward and take a clump of dirt and throw it in there and just look at Civ. And I wrote that song for her. I said everything I need to say. She'll step back.
Fahima, did you want to say anything?
Fahima will step forward. Vic, I didn't know you. I never met you. But I will be eternally grateful for your sacrifice, as will the world. I'm sorry. She'll step back.
I'll place a clod of dirt into your hand, Fahima, and then gesture.
She'll perform the ritual.
Uggo?
Yeah. You want me to do now, or wait, or...
I will say my piece after you are done with your spell.
I will do now. Uggo lights the candles around the grave slowly and stands at the head of the grave. And this, as he talks, this is part of the casting the spell for the ceremony. I do not know you, Vic. And now, and he looks at Kelso and the rest of the vermin. I wish I had. At first I was confused as to why Civ cared so deeply. And in contemplating it, it is Civ who taught me. The flame may flicker but should never die. Life will hurt you. Even flames burn those who hold it. He looks at Fahima. Be like the phoenix, and death shall be temporary in service of the light. The cost of resilience is always great, and it is always worth the effort. Protect those with the spark of the flame. And Vic taught me, be prepared to lend your own in the service of others. And now I believe I owe you a taste of my blood. And Uggo takes a dagger and cuts himself very deep in the hand and drips the blood into the grave. May my power mix with yours, and may you be ever ferried into the spirit realm with safety and honor. Jeff?
Yeah.
Uggo activates Divine Sense.
Okay.
Anyone within 60 feet undead or obfuscating themselves, celestial, demon?
No. Nope.
Cool. And then he lays hands his own wound and says, now she shall rest in peace and never rise again. And he steps back.
Thank you. Civ takes out a small piece of parchment that he's been scribbling on, and you can tell that he's drawn lines over the top of something and then rewritten it and then drawn lines on that and then started something new. So it's just like a mishmash of letters. Home. A poem in prose by Sivrak. There are those that say home is where the hearth is, or where you were born. Perhaps where you were raised. To me, It's none of these things. Deep down, my home is secreted away. It is a place seldom seen by others, but often visited in my mind. It's a realm with 1,000 treasured memories. Tender moments in time, truly unforgettable. On this hill, overlooking this cruel city, with all of my friends, old and new. I remember a time when a lavender-skinned girl pulled a cold-blooded cat up a muddy hill, sharing her love, her secrets, her truth. She was my first love. She was my everything. She was my Bingle. Goodbye, Vikara. You will never be forgotten. But Sivrak is gone. He died with you that day. And then I pull out my pressed red thistle that I've had since I was a little child. And I place it on her body. And then I pick up some dirt and I pour it across her face.
As you do, the blue light reflecting off the wall, reflecting off the mountainside, seems to draw across the plateau where you're standing, slowly casting the entire setting in this shade of gentle blue light. And Curso goes over and picks up the pickaxe again, starts shoveling dirt to fill up the hole, and Lelia joins, and Chesh joins, and
Uggo joins as well.
Lily will
So-
just go hold Siv's hand.
I'm just shaking.
Put my hand on Siv's other shoulder.
the hole is slowly filled up, padded flat, rocks placed on top of it. You see the Uggo and the others sweating a bit, even in the cold. Bitter cold up there still. The deed done, all of you stand on this incredibly flat plateau overlooking all of Olsvach, bathed in blue light as the sun rises up over the tall city. And then you start making your way back down the mountain, careful as you climb back down, hike back down this slippery, polished stone. And as you're walking, Kelso, see, I keep saying that, Curso walks up next to Siv. Sivrak is dead.
I don't think I want to be him anymore. I'm sorry if that upsets you.
Well, I wonder if I could persuade Sivrak to come back for one more job.
I look over at Lelia. One more job.
One more job?
Yes.
All right.
I think the cheesemonger needs to pay for his sins.
Let's go to the mouse hole. I have some things I want to show you. You walk back down. You get back to that little crevice in the wall. You squeeze through it back inside Lostrana, the slums of Olsvach, back into the interior of the city with all its smells, with all its confines, with its uneven streets and packed together people. And you move through the city. You go a familiar route, Civ, that you went 1,000 times when you were growing up here. Winding through these messy, tight alleyways until finally you reach a simple, nondescript hovel. A broken door, trash and debris inside and out. And Curso looks at you, kind of gives you a wink, and then kicks a broken post sticking out of the ground near the entrance. It slides forward and you hear a click. And inside this little hovel, a dirty, frayed rug on the floor pulls back as if it has two cords inside it. Drawstrings folding it up like an accordion. A board underneath the rug also slams back, revealing a hole and a ramp leading down. It's a thieves' haven, crash house.
Whoa. I'm sorry, I was just excited.
If you recall, back all the way
I was gonna
back,
say we were in one of these before.
Shantytown,
all the way back
baby.
in episode 9,
Yeah.
you discovered a thieves' haven, and at that time, Civ rolled a history check and remembered using that exact thing many times during his youth.
That's so
Yeah.
cool.
It only took 68 episodes to pay that off.
I seem to remember a
I look up,
charcuterie.
is
I seem to remember a charcuterie plate going on at that time as well.
Triggered.
All right,
There's the
inside,
cheese.
as you guys walk down this ramp that is now exposed, this secret entranceway under the ground, Civ, you see a scene that is very familiar to you. Chambers connected to other chambers where stolen items would be dropped off, robberies and cons planned, and other vermin would rest or congregate. Part clubhouse, part storage locker, part escape room. It looks exactly the same as you remember it, Civ. Maybe it feels a little smaller just because you've grown up a lot since you were last here, even if that wasn't that long ago. But the faces, if not exactly the same, seem not to have changed much either. New young recruits look up at you as you make your way down the corridor. Dirty, scruffy faces, kids sorting through bits of change and valuables they've snatched from unsuspecting marks, playing dice games or cards, or just sitting in the corner gnawing on hunks of day-old bread and cheese. The walls are covered in scratchings and scrawlings, indecipherable to most of you, but clear and nostalgic to Civ. Script that you would recognize, Civ, as thieves can't. A few markings here or there that you yourself carved into the wall with a dagger. And eventually you make your way to a wider room with a big table in it, and a chalkboard at the back. A planning room. Crates with old disguises are stacked in a corner, a pile of rusty blades in another. Everyone gathers inside, Gorky entering last, making sure none of the other younger vermin follow or are within earshot. Curso stands at the table and looks at all of you. If we are going to do this job, we are going to make sure you do it right. Plan it. If, Sivrak, your friends are up to the task. Since none of the vermin are able to assist you with the actual running of the job, I want to make sure you are as prepared as possible. And he looks at each one of you in the eye. Mess this up, and it is our lives you will endanger. Now, the At much risk to herself, Lelia managed to procure something that may help a great deal. And the lithe, ivory-colored tabaxi walks over and retrieves something at the back of the room and then walks over to the table. The cheesemonger's mansion is a new construction built for him by the veg. Highly unusual. Stranger still, it seems he was very particular about the spot he wanted. It was built fast, just months after you left, Sivrak. And let's just say I have a relationship with one of Komorov's builders. Mm-hmm. The things I ask for, I tend to get one way or another. And she unrolls a long, wide parchment onto the table. A parchment that we can see if we look at the map room.
Ooh, cool.
Yes.
Cool.
Planning a heist.
Planning a
Planning a
heist.
heist. We're just 5 friends planning a heist.
So if we take a look at the map room, you see on the table
Sick.
Whoa.
plans.
Yes.
Curso continues. These are the plans for the cheesemonger's mansion. Stepping through the layout of the house may help us devise a plan to get you in and out quietly, unnoticed. I know you are associating with magic users now, Sivrak, but even those who can break the rules of reality will benefit from a solid plan. And you know this, Sivrak, Heistrana has magic users of its own. We can be certain that the cheesemonger's mansion guard will include a number of adept spellcasters.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to be clear on this. If you kill anyone during this job, it will cause many more problems than it will solve. And Lelia speaks up from the back. Unless you want to kill the cheesemonger himself, that is something we can all get behind. Curso looks at her and he says, yes, but Sivrak is not a murderer, so I assume that is off the table. I want everyone to understand, short of killing the cheesemonger, the best way for this to go is to find whatever it is, steal it, and get out before anyone knows it is gone.
Yeah.
Let the cheesemonger direct his rage at his guards or the vetch, not us.
Can
Problem- Go ahead.
Can I subtly try to cast Detect Thoughts? I would like to try to do it without being seen.
Sure, roll me a sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand.
You have advantage from Fallstar countered by Chef Scott 68.
Thank you both. That is only an 8, so I will use my reroll.
Yeah, it's just this
Better.
episode.
Yes. What is it?
This is the New Year one. It said, dissatisfied roll, just go ahead and re-roll that die.
That's correct. And
I've been rolling
I
so
will-
high just during
I
this
know.
episode. It's so disappointing.
So okay, it's only a 10. However, if I use hindsight as 2020 to deceptively move my hands in a way that it looks like I'm just kind of coughing, like covering my mouth and actually casting, it becomes a 15 with deception. Sleight of hand.
This is your sleight of hand roll.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I'll let that. I mean, that's a good use of cards.
Thank you.
So yeah, it is not noticed. It is not noticed by anyone in the room, and you get surface level perception into.
I'm keeping only surface level. I don't want anyone to know that I'm doing it. So I am, and I'm looking mostly. It only lasts a minute, so I'm concentrating for the moment at Curso.
Okay. All right. So you are kind of heightening your senses to determine whether he's lying. Is that what you want to
I'm
find out?
watching him very carefully, and I just want to. I'm trying to get a sense of any ulterior motives, and
Okay.
I'll even ask him without seeming too rude to interrupt or anything like that. So you have no idea of what the object is.
Well, that is the problem. We do not know what we are looking for. Is it big? Is it small? Is it magic? We do not know.
Is
But
he
there's-
telling
It seems
the
to be
truth?
that he's telling the truth. There may be more that he's not. The surface level is that he's telling the truth.
Got it.
Surface level is that he's telling the truth.
So you have no idea what we're going in to get, we need to go in and get it and get out very fast, right?
Well, I'm fairly confident that you will know it when you see it. The cheesemonger is a simpleton, a vile man. Anything given to him by a great wizard will surely stick out like a sore thumb.
Do we have any information on size at all?
No, I do not know. Big, small. I cannot imagine it is enormous, too difficult to get out, but even getting that information would be useful to us.
And on these plans, I just see the one floor. Is that correct?
Well, I'm getting to it. Hold your horses. Take a look. Okay. The mansion is 2 floors, and you can see them here. I will label each room for you. There is a front entrance on the first floor of grand double doors.
Beautiful.
Amazing map
Beautiful.
room.
Oh, this is like Clue, and I'm already loving it.
Are you doing that, Jeff, or is it map room?
Map room.
Oh my gosh, it was just as you said it. They're so good.
There are tall glass windows from the front of the courtyard. The most direct entry point, certainly, but visibility from inside the mansion will be high. Inside the front entry leads to the central staircase to the 2nd floor. The plans indicate a rear entry behind the stairs, but I would be surprised if the cheesemonger allowed that to remain accessible or unguarded. The southwest corner of the 1st floor is security housing. 7 bedrooms for the cheesemonger's personal retinue.
Nice.
Yes, Sivrak, the days of young boys and girls defending the cheesemonger with knives and rocks are over. He has moved up in the world. North of that is the kitchen and the pantry. Access points here for the cook to gather herbs from the garden and to receive food deliveries. This could be something to consider. The southeast side of the 1st floor is the dining room. North of that is the parlor. As you can see, tall custom windows dominate the north wall of the parlor, and very expensive, one-of-a-kind carved wood floor covers most of this area. It is ostentatious and frankly disgusting.
Since I know that my detect thoughts is going to run out after a minute, and as he sort of, I will say, and we're all clear here at the table that we don't care whether the cheesemonger lives or dies, yes? And I'm going to scan every one of the vermin.
I think that you would perceive in the thoughts a preference for wanting the cheesemonger to die.
From all of them.
Well, you only have thoughts on one, right?
No, you can kind of move it around.
Definitely Curso. I don't know. I think everybody here hates the cheesemonger. So yeah, I think they all are totally fine with him dying.
Sure.
But nobody really verbally responds.
And if I do a quick scan, I don't catch anything else surface thoughts from the other 3, from Gorky or Lelia, or I'm sorry, what's the 4th?
Chesh. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay. Good to know.
James, if you get our surface thoughts, let me know.
I probably wouldn't intend, but I might by accident. I don't know.
Although is thinking about a kiss.
Oh my.
Excuse
like-
me. you did a double take with your detect thoughts. Double thought take.
And then I keep moving.
Just a clarifying question for the parlor.
Yes.
It's a rug, so are we to assume that if we pull that back, there is also
No,
a
this
hole
is not
underneath?
the rug. This is the plans for the construction of this building. This is ornate carved wood floor.
Oh, sorry.
Ostentatious. I find it, frankly, too much. But this is what I'm showing you is the construction of this building.
Well,
Not
on
a-
the bright
not a
side,
rug.
you don't have to live there, so that's good.
Hmm.
Continue.
All right, 2nd floor. 2nd floor provides some interesting options. The stairs in the center of the floor come up from the first and lead directly to the great room, which also has a 180-degree terrace balcony that hangs out over the field behind the property.
Oh, romantic.
As you can see, it extends much farther than the first floor. The master suite in the southwest corner also has a balcony. Two of them, in fact, on the front face of the building to the south, as you can see, and on the western side to catch the setting sun.
Yeah, good light.
The room across the hall to the north seems to be labeled for storage and multi-use. I don't know exactly what might be in here. These...
Sorry, which? Oh, okay, there we are. Northwest. Got it.
In the northeast corner is a lounge. In the southeast corner are sitting rooms and a study, though what the cheesemonger might need a study for is anyone's guess. All of this makes me sick, frankly. The opulence, all the very children he uses to steal and lie for him are sleeping in holes in the ground. Now, there are a number of ways you could get in, and we should discuss all of them to figure out your plan of attack. But there is one more intriguing element I should mention. Behind the structure, here, and he points at the top of the map on the first floor. Here is a reservoir, a pond, standing water. It connects directly to the High Strana sewers. A number of noble houses share a centralized sewer system that flushes waste from the streets and the residences to underground. This is common in High Strana. They do not wish to live in their own filth as we do down here. But this presents a very unique opportunity. You can tell them, Chesh. Chesh steps forward.
Well, I happen to know another noble who is on the same system as the cheesemonger, whose mansion is connected to the same sewer tunnels, and he is a gullible mark. We've run cons on him twice before, and he didn't even raise a stink, just wrote off his losses and went about his day.
Also, Gorky has another potential in.
Yeah, and actually in at that, in High Strana. Moveds. You heard of it, Sivrak? High Strana marks call it Moved's beds. I have it on high authority that the pub inside is frequented by one of the guards who works at the cheesemonger's mansion. Real degenerate, this guy. A drunk. Might be worth paying him a visit, huh? So,
Interesting.
there are several options for how to work this job. Plus, whatever you might come up with, Sivrak. I would suggest you lead the team through your assessment of the floor plan, where the most likely guard placement is, best access points, and stealth options. You know, like the old days. I have markers for you to use to indicate anything you'd like. You may also want to make a scouting trip over the palisade to view the building in person. I wouldn't suggest getting too close, not yet, but we have a number of spy glasses that you can use to observe any layout discrepancies or guard movements.
The more detailed of an idea of inside the house we can get before we get there, or maybe if we're able to do a full reconnaissance some way inside the house before we work the job, it will be useful for some of our spells, teleportation or seeing spells from a distance.
Yes, you said these plans were procured. How?
I have a friend, Komarov's Builders.
And they are original? Or is it a duplicate?
It is duplicate.
Ah, that is unfortunate. Nonetheless, Fahima will take a closer look, and with her cartography skills, she's going to look for any like hidden passageways or ciphers. I've been playing lots of Hunt to Killer lately.
Ciphers.
Got any ciphers, Jeff?
You do notice a couple of strange spots on the first floor near the entry. There are, I don't know if you can see it very clearly, but there are a couple of strange rectangle shapes on either side of that big entry hall that seem odd.
Inconsistent with perhaps what's above it.
Rectangle shapes.
Yeah, there they are. See them?
No.
No.
You just look
On
to the
either
left and
side?
right. There are
Oh, like the
Oh.
lines
rectangles. Yep.
there's no lines there.
Oh, look, there's a pointer.
Thank you. Wow.
Amazing.
Well,
Thank
that's
you.
so.
It's higher. It's just in the middle of the screen there, right above. Yep, there they are, right there.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
That's right. That's what I was looking at.
Oh,
So we're
those.
yeah, Kelso takes his little pointer and, well, actually, no, you're doing it with your cartography skills. So yeah,
But
that's
those are
fine.
all. Those look like they're all over the map on the left there.
Right. But with your skills, you're noticing that these are kind of strangely placed.
Those two.
Correct.
Okay.
Everywhere else, they're kind of like cupboards.
Yeah, and there's
Closets, and that's, like, right in the middle of it.
bedroom walls and everything, but those ones just don't seem to have any. It seems strangely placed.
What do you see, Fahima?
These two rectangles here. I don't know what they're supposed to signify.
Civ,
Yes.
they said you could run us through the plan of action like the old times. And I know that Civ is no longer with us, but perhaps one time more you could run us
Yes,
through your thoughts.
Right. My initial reaction to seeing this is going in through the roof or through the upper level. It seems like there's heavy protection in the entryway, and with the guards being on the main floor, and knowing the cheesemonger as I do, I don't expect him to keep a valuable item on the first level.
Right.
What I'm trying to decide is if it's better to take a two-pronged approach, or if it makes more sense for us to all go in through the same vantage point.
Well, you worked for the cheesemonger. What would he be preparing for? Because perhaps he
hopefully-
prepares for those who can climb, but he doesn't prepare for those who boldly walk through the entrance.
I think he would try to prepare for both, actually.
So how could we blindside him?
Well, you can always try to do a distraction to cause him to divert his attention to something that's going on outside, so that someone else or a few someone else's strikes while that distraction is happening.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my first impulse. I do have a question, though.
Of course.
Do any of you have any experience with either the people in the building now, or have you been inside of the building since it's been built?
No, none of us have. We haven't even done the reconnaissance on it. You may want to do this.
Right.
But
Nice.
you can be fairly certain that the guards living on the premises, a number of them, some magic users, some not. I would guess the balconies would be protected. I don't know if you want to put markers on mark possible guard locations, but as I said, you could go through the sewers, come up out of the reservoir in the back, and try to climb up the back balcony. You could attempt to talk your way in the front. There are a number of cons we could run. I'm leaving it up to you to plan and decide your best plan of attack.
Is it fenced in? Are there walls around it, or is it open?
It is open, but of course it is Hystrana, so there is a high security presence everywhere.
What is the closest other building to this building, the structure? Is there
This
anything
is-
around it?
This is Chesh's friend, the
Right.
Mark. He lives in the estate bordering Cheesemonger. They're very far apart. Land is wide and vast between them, but the sewers connect underneath.
And the
Maybe-
cheesemonger will be here at this house, presumably.
Presumably, you may want to do a reconnaissance to find out his movements as well. But this is
He
where
has-
he stays most of the time. He rarely comes to Lostrana anymore.
He has magic users, you said, or the High Strana. It's not unusual for them to have magic users, so it's possible there's magic protections installed around wherever he keeps this item. Is that?
Yes, that is true.
But that would be the same on the top floor as it would be the bottom floor. I don't know if that makes a difference in what I'm thinking.
think the
The good-
two-pronged approach seems good.
Good first step might be to go to the Mark's house,
Yes.
get a closer view, get a look in there, and then find out if an actual first-hand experience reconnaissance is possible, where we could get into the house, at least get a floor plan, as Chesh said, guard positions, things like that, and then figure out time and.
Well, he
when.
did say something about deliveries, and I'm wondering if we couldn't deliver some goods to the kitchen pantry area, and that person, whoever it may be, possibly Lily, could spy on what's happening inside of the house at that time. I also thought if the house nearby is easy to get access to, we could all disguise ourselves as laborers or gardeners and work the outside of that house while spying on this one.
Yep.
And it's
And
not
you-
unheard of to come up from the lower strana to work for someone in the higher strana to do manual labor.
Very much not.
Can't you see through the eyes of Mr. Whispers as well? You could
Yes.
send him in?
I was thinking about that, but I was a little bit concerned that the wizards that might be inside of the house could spot him as a familiar and not as just a mouse or some other
Well,
animal.
and Lily, your dimension door has a range of 500 feet, doesn't it? So maybe, I mean, if you're able to find and procure the item, I mean, you can just get out of there fast.
It's true, but I think the gardener idea, the deceptive gardeners, a group of deceptive gardeners,
Love it, love
is a
it.
It
good
involves costumes, fake
initial
names.
plan.
Yes, yes.
All of our
All of your
strong
strengths.
suits.
Definitely our strengths.
But I think it's his initial, just to even see how many people are wandering around the outside of the premises. And I assume, I mean, 500 feet is a long ways, but if security is really high,
Right. And
One
security.
thing to keep in mind is that if you get too close too soon, they may burn you. We have an opportunity that no one knows you. No, aside from Siv, every one of you has the benefit of anonymity, at least at the beginning. So I would use that as a resource and not burn it too quickly. Or
We're pretty
burn
good
it
at
when you want.
disguises.
I think if we go as gardeners but not as ourselves, it gives us a better opportunity to then potentially go as ourselves when we sneak in to eliminate the amount of magic things we are doing once we're actually operating the heist.
Hmm.
Agreed.
How do we get to the Mark's house? What do we, how do we start that first step?
You can do it tomorrow if you want. However you want to plan. We can do tomorrow. We can push off further. It is up to you. I want you to make the plan that you find will be most effective. We only have one shot at this, and
But for us, time is of the essence.
Do you
I
know
think-
who does the drop-offs at the kitchen and pantry area? Do you know who does that?
no. But if perhaps you talk to guard who is drunk at the bar, maybe he can give you information.
All right. That sounds like a good idea.
We have a number of ways we can procure information. Of course, again, burning you quickly on talking to one guard, this is all something to take into consideration.
Well, the person that talks to the guard doesn't necessarily have to be the one that arrives with the package.
Oh,
Correct. This is why a five-man job.
Right.
indeed.
It's a pretty classic 5-man job.
Why didn't the four of you do it first? You think you're too familiar?
Yes, and if Cheesemonger finds out that Vermin is involved, he will not just kill us, he will kill all the children as well. We need outsiders. I explained this.
Thank you. I just need a little reiteration.
Well, I think going tomorrow as gardeners seems like a great initial step that doesn't really put us in much danger, but just gives us information. And then perhaps if things are going well, we go to an after work drink at the pub.
Have a drink with the guard. Yes.
It wouldn't be weird for 5 gardeners to just show up?
There won't be 5. There will only be 4 of us. So Lily can show up with the package at the kitchen.
Okay. 4 gardeners isn't weird? Is there a lot of gardeners at a manor?
Well,
We could-
there can be quite a number of gardeners. The lands are the grounds are vast, so I don't
Okay.
think it would be too unusual. But I would advise you have a solid story. These can be suspicious. This is Hystrana. These people love their wealth and they protect it with everything they have.
I believe many of them prefer to be called landscape engineers, actually. So
Certainly sound like Hystrana words.
Right.
All right. Well, you can spend time thinking about it. I know Clelia told me, see if you have list of items you want. If there was any more that can make this job easier, we will try to get them. I want to
Yes.
help as much as possible, but we will not be able to participate in actual running of job for fears, as I have explained.
Yes, the produce, eggs, bread, and so forth. Anything that would get delivered, we need a box of that.
Overalls. 4 pairs of overalls.
Right. Outfits
be able to
for
handle that with
gardeners
magic.
and some gardening tools, some shears or something. And then what I would very much
Also,
like.
maybe a book on gardening.
6 to 8 weeks of gardening training.
The end of this
planning way
whole,
out.
this whole campaign is just we open a successful garden.
I would very much like an introduction to the Mark that is the next door neighbor.
I can make that happen, no problem.
Good.
I have an Uggo has a green thumb joke that I just need to get out, and sorry, and I'll move on.
If only I had a non-druid.
Boom.
Seems like
Layla?
I'm feeling very good about this. You're back. We're doing a job again.
Yes. I hope it goes as well as I think it might.
I have no doubts it will.
What could go wrong?
And that's where we'll end tonight.
Heist,
We're
heist,
doing
heist, heist,
ourselves a
heist.
heist,
Oh, I
ladies
love
and
it.
gentlemen.
That map is so
It's
cool.
Clue.
I
Where's
feel,
Jim
like,
Curry?
I feel like I was in an Ocean's 11 movie.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping
Red
for.
Thistles 5, you mean?
Let's dress up as Clue characters for the next episode.
Oh my gosh.
Clue? We don't want to murder anybody. We're trying to steal stuff.
Right.
All right. I mean, maybe you want to murder.
Only one
I don't
person
know.
gets murdered in Clue. It checks out.
True enough.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was fun. It was great
Yeah.
to be back. Welcome to
That was awesome.
2021. Oh my gosh,
times.
I'm
I needed
excited.
this so much.
Me
Next
too.
week, well, I think we're doing the mansion job. So tune in, and I want to thank some folks that gave us some love in that last section. Love from DM Jeff Kanata.
What?
Who I
Okay,
guess I
Jeff.
have to destroy because there can be only one. I don't know.
Okay. I was gonna say you could
Abigator.
just tell us.
Navigator Frenzy, White Tiger Angel, Dungeons, Dragonflies, Dire Nair,
Wow.
Baby Librarian, Lazy Pixie, Ruglius Booglius. You know what? If there's an episode that goes by that I don't get to say Ruglius Booglius, I am not as happy as I am. Bubblegummy. Oh, I love Bubblegummy.
Yay.
Thank you, folks, so much. We are sitting at 51% of the way to the next force of good, 49% of the way to the next force of evil, which will pick up next week when we come back. I'm so excited. I'm happy to be back doing the show. Please tell your friends about us. They can pick up the show in any episode. They don't have to start at the beginning. Just join in. Join us live if you can. We'll be back next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific time here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. Until then, humankind.
Be
both.
Oh.
Mwah.
To all of you who played along and interacted with us throughout this evening, our humble thanks. And thank you to everyone who shared the adventure. Hashtag the dungeon run. Tell a friend, tell a friend. And be sure to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here at caffeine.tv/the dungeon run as the dungeon run continues. Click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications and check us out on Instagram, otherwise known as the Gram or Insta if you're younger. At the Dungeon Run, that is. Until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.
It started. It started. It started. Started. As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 Meep.
We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.